a good morning indeed, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages. Welcome in. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Upstate South Carolina. What's up, America? Howdy, world. Great to be with you. Welcome back. Welcome in. Welcome here. Various other welcomes as necessitated to all of you. I am Rob Brown. The pleasure is mine. Not mine alone, however, because on the other side of the metaphorical glass, the guy in charge of this radio program, every radio program that you've ever enjoyed, ladies and gentlemen, say hello to the great one, Lonzo.
I'm a winner. I know how to win.
Word, dog.
How much snow did you get?
Okay. So, I was downtown yesterday afternoon. Went and met a
You made your way
buddy.
downtown?
I hate you so much because you know what you did. You know what you did, and you didn't need to do it, but you did it anyway.
You didn't fall into the sky, so because you're here.
Make a moment. I was downtown yesterday. Went and met a buddy for a frosty beverage, and it was in the afternoon, and we were inside, and then we walked outside, and while we were inside, I'll show you this great one. My old hometown of Pensacola, Florida.
Oh, I know. I saw. But yeah, I mean, these are home photos. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
This great one. This is my mother's backyard.
Cool.
She lives a mile from the beach.
Are those
Okay.
beach chairs?
They are Adirondack beach chairs, and they're freaking glorious.
And covered in snow.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Not freaking glorious yesterday. It blizzarded in Pensacola. And so I'm sitting in a chair downtown, and my mom, my little brother, his wife, my little nephew, they all live down there. And when the snow started falling in Pensacola, they had no idea. Dude, they didn't get like a full foot of snow, but they got like a solid 7-8 inches of snow down there. It was snow. It was real snow, like snow. Like, oh, hell, snow. And so when it came down, it started with my Florida relatives who were out there in the snow. And you know that it's cold in the South because the wardrobes start getting like progressively more ridiculous, right? Like mismatched sweatpants and hoodies and a different color cap because they don't have that kind of cold weather. I'm not talking about like what you'd wear day to day, like your regular
I
daily
mismatched
hoodie.
today on purpose. So, I mean, what goes with this color anyway?
Gray, most things.
I don't think it's gray. It's
you
like
could have worn red
it's
sweatpants.
like a weird green.
You could have worn yellow sweatpants. You could have worn white.
Yeah, but I don't care. This was
That's the answer.
This was more. I was wearing this. I was going to take it off, and I just haven't done it yet. It was an extra layer of clothing because of what was going on outside.
So I got my little brother in like a Bucky's hat and like a red Bucky's hat and like a black Saints hoodie and like blue sweats. Right? They're just all over the map because they don't own. Oh crap! It's going to snow 7 inches close.
By the way, you don't have to look good in the snow, man. I mean,
no, I'm not saying you do. You're
making this about fashion.
What I'm saying is, you know that these people aren't prepared for this when that's what they come out of the crib with. So I'm getting all the photos right at, I don't know, like 4:00 or so, 4:30. My little nephew outside, like catching snowflakes with his tongue. Get it, a little while later, once the snow starts sticking, the snow angel photo, like all the fun stuff. And then, like an hour and 15 minutes later, I get a text from my brother off to the side out of the family chat where he's like, yo, bleep this. This sucks. I'm over. I'm done. In the group chat, my sister-in-law sends one, and she's like, I hate everyone and everything. They were miserable. And I send a text. And I'm like,
do
guys,
they have heat? I suppose you got to have a little bit of heat.
Yeah, but
right?
again, like it's that pervasive cold that you're just surrounded by it. And on top of all, and I suspect for them, the hate was more inspired by the fact that my nephew was like, I live outside now. This is awesome. I never want to come in. I'm throwing snowballs at anything that moves. I'm never coming back inside, which, yeah, no, I get it, dude. Right? He's 6. He's like, this is the time of his life. So they're like, we hate it because we have been outside for like 5 straight hours and we're freezing our bits off and we hit it. So I text back and I'm like, oh, you guys, you live in Florida. When's the next time you're going to get to see? I live in South Carolina. I get to see snow like once every 2 years if I'm lucky. When's it? Not just see snow like, oh, it's snowing, but like snow that sticks to the ground in quantity. Like you can have a snowball fight. Do you want to build a snowman? Because you can. Like you guys have this gift of this genuinely generational snowfall. This is a snowfall that you are going to. It was great. Yeah, it was powder.
Not that stuff that doesn't stick, but the kind of stuff that you can build stuff with.
There were videos outside of New Orleans of people snowboarding down the levees on the side of the Mississippi River. There's the Mississippi River in parts around, like outside of New Orleans, sits higher than the communities that are next to them, which is a big part of the issue with the flooding and Katrina and all that. But there are these big, giant 15, 20-foot hills, and there were people snowboarding in Southeast Louisiana. It's wild. This is
good for them.
They made the most of it, and I respect that. This is that. Again, like once in a, I'm not even going to say generation. This is maybe like a twice in a lifetime kind of event. I'm like, go outside, enjoy it, throw snowballs, build a snowman, make snow angels, like make memories and take pictures because get a picture of this is the first thing I did a couple of years ago when we had the big thick snow. I took my camera and I went outside and I took pictures of our house covered in snow. We've printed a couple out and hung them on the wall because it's like, how cool is that? So I'm texting them and I'm like, guys, like, pardon me for being the eternal optimist that I am.
Wow.
Just the power of positivity that I am. But I'm like, you have this once in a generational gift. My dad lived in Fort Walton Beach for 30 years. And probably never saw snow like that. Like, take this moment in. Go down to the beach. There were videos of the beach in Destin, Florida. Now, what I love about Destin is that even covered in snow, the beach would look the exact same because the sand is snow white down there. But the point is, it was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, I watched the Weather Channel, and they were on one of the beaches with the white sand.
Yeah.
And the guy dug down to where the white sand was, and you couldn't tell the difference between that and the snow.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's like with this opportunity. So I'm texting them, and I'm like, guys, you have this gift. You have this opportunity to go outside and make these memories with my little nephew that are going to last forever, right? That's going to be awesome. And then my buddy and I downtown finished a brewski, and I got up, and I walked outside, and it's not just bleeping snowing outside, but like the windshield of my car is white. It's covered. My car is covered. I didn't know it was going to snow, and I certainly didn't know it was going to. Now, I was downtown.
How did you not know it was going to snow?
Well, I knew they had called for it, but the last I had looked at it.
You've lived here long enough to know, okay, you're calling for it. Let's see what happens.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the last that I heard was even if it was going to snow, it was going to be overnight. Right? Like it was going to be a night snow. As a matter of fact, kind of screwed me up because last night was a planetary convergence. 6 planets lined up in a row with the moon. It was going to be this thing. The wife got me this really nice telescope for Christmas because I'm a dork. We were going to drive out somewhere and go use my new telescope to see the planets. And we're like, nah, it's going to be cold and it's going to snow. We better not drive around at night. I walk outside, car's covered in snow, streets starting to get covered in snow. And I look at it and I'm like, crap, damn it. Come on, man. You couldn't wait till I immediately switched from, you guys have been given this gift, this opportunity to make these wonderful life. Here I am in downtown Greenville, South Carolina. Here I am in this place that I love calling home. And it is beautiful downtown with the lights hanging in the trees and the people walking and everything's turning white with snow. And it's like this beautiful moment. And I'm like, driving home's going to suck. I'm going to hate everybody. And I did. And I did, and I'm going to tell you right now, if I ever get, Lonzo, the power of Magneto to be able to lift a car off the interstate and hurl it into a ditch, there are going to be cars and ditches everywhere. People, it's a little bit of snow. You don't need to drive 3 wide down Wade Hampton Boulevard at 17 miles an hour. Okay? It's a little bit of snow. It's been snowing for 20 minutes. 3 wide down Wade Hampton Boulevard. And all 3 of them, not just doing the same speed, not a damn one of them is looking anywhere but shaking, looking straight ahead. Get out of my way. Move. So my message of joy and wonder and amazement to my Florida family. I'm like, I'm almost jealous because I lived there for a very long time. I never got to experience this. Like we got like, it snowed there, but it never stuck. You guys have like, you could literally go snow skiing on your street. This is this amazing opportunity to go out there and enjoy yourself, and you're wasting it. You're wasting. You're gonna, if you don't go outside and play, you're gonna look back at this tomorrow when it all melts off and be like, "Oh, we should have taken that in." And the minute a flake falls from the sky and hits me on the nose, I'm like, "Damn it! No, this sucks. What are we doing?"
Did you have still have snow on the ground this morning?
I did at the house actually. There's some on the ground outside the studio, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, a little bit. I parked in part of it. We had about an inch, and I'm always concerned about getting out the driveway. I get out the driveway, I'm pretty good, and I made it out of the driveway. So, I mean,
we at the house.
When they say over the hill and through the woods, uphill,
to Lonzo's house. Lonzo is grandma now.
Uphill and downhill twice. I got to do that. So if I made it up the first hill. I'm like, okay, I'm good. If I can make it up the second hill, I'm on the street. I'm good. And I did.
The wife and I, we live, unlike Lonzo, in civilization.
Mm-hmm.
And so
did that.
We live in a
long time ago.
We live in a neighborhood, but our neighborhood is on a hill. And so when you go down our driveway, it at the end of it, it kind of does like a big dip down to the street because our house is built up on a hill. Not this last time, but the last time that it's the one a couple of years ago, that little bump in the road froze over. And so when I was leaving, I was driving the Jeep back then. I was leaving the morning after, and boy, I slid down to the bottom of that hill. So now it's like a mild anxiety. But no, it was nice. I did take a minute after I got over my initial frustration of, oh God, if there's one thing, it's not the snow that I worry about. It's not the weather. It's not even the cold. Like I'm good with the cold now. I don't love it, but like fine, I'll adapt to it. It's just people lose their bleeping minds behind the wheel of a car when they see a snowflake fall. Once I got over the initial, let's say rage, because that's fair, of understanding the drive from downtown GVL, to my house in Taylor's was going to be a fist fight with a bunch of clowns on the road. Once I got over that, I did walk up and down Main Street a couple of times and just like enjoy that moment.
Oh, that's cool.
Got myself I found a coffee I like.
Oh no.
You ready to judge the bleep out of me for
I
it?
already did.
Vanilla blonde latte, extra pump of vanilla.
Okay. All right. I don't know what possessed you other than it's a Hallmark moment outside. Let me drink coffee while walking downtown. Because
there's the wife and I yesterday, we got some stuff going on in the real world out here, which if you've seen me be a little scarce here and there, we got some stuff going on I'm taking care of right now. Nothing big. We're fine. Just stuff. And so yesterday we had to go somewhere and I had to pick her up. She's like, can we swing by Starbucks? It's cold. I'm like, yep, no worries. And she grabs one. I don't ever order anything from Starbucks. I'm not a coffee guy. She gets one and she's like, you know what? Taste this. And I'm like, no, nothing. No, I've never liked coffee. Not hot, not cold, not iced, none of them. And she goes, just shut up and taste this. And I'm like, all right. And I do. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good. That's pretty damn good. So yesterday when I left the business downtown, because there was the Starbucks right there by town, I went in and got one, Zoe. And I wish I was kidding. I'm not. I pulled on my fluffy Sherpa jacket, super comfy. All right, super comfy.
Could you nap in it?
Oh hell yeah.
Okay.
I could have napped outside in it yesterday. It's so nice, super warm, comfy, fluff, a Sherpa jacket. I put on my little knit cap. Okay. I went in, I got my Starbucks, and I walked down Main Street in the snow, holding my warm coffee cup in both hands out front of me. All right, with my little shoulder bag hanging off me that had all my stuff in it. And as I walked down the road, I went, Lonzo's going to kill me. He's going to kill me because I am full hipster right now.
Wow. I wish
hipster.
Someone took some video or pictures or something.
Full hipster.
I went the exact opposite yesterday. Lorenzo continued into the evening. When the snow fell, there wasn't a whole lot, but enough to where he could get stuff off cars. So I took the granddaughter out, but she didn't have her gloves with her. So I put those work gloves on her, those really big ones. So she could barely get her fingers in them. So she couldn't make a snowball, and I could. So I just was hitting her with snowballs, and every time she would try to throw a snowball at me, the gloves would come off, and she'd have to go and get the gloves. So there we go. If you're going to be heel, you might heel for a day. If she was having a blast.
Hey man, you $1 million man's your own granddaughter. I get it.
Papa, can I use your gloves? Nope.
All of you may call Lonzo Papa the rest of the day.
I got your gloves. No, my daughter did that on purpose because that's the name I didn't want.
Checks out.
And it's my daughter.
It's your daughter.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, we've got to get to on the radio broadcast today because yesterday, obviously, we were so dialed in on the finale of the 2024-25 college football season. And we can and will revisit the win in the Natty by the Buckeyes of Ohio State, but we'll kind of shift the angle around a little bit today and talk about how the Buckeyes ended up winning because there was a debate raging yesterday on social media. And this is I think, really interesting time for college football because there were two debates that were raging yesterday. One of them took place between my Saturday co-host Cody Decker and his SiriusXM co-host Michelle Beadle. And I want to talk about that. Actually, I shouldn't even say that. They were on the same side. It was me against them. I had this fight with Cody Decker last Saturday, and it got brought up on their show this week. So we'll talk about that. And then there was a comment by Sam Acho that Joel Klatt teed off on. And I like Joel Klatt. He and I are in lockstep a lot of the time. This was the first time that I was like, get him, get him, Joel. And I loved it. So we'll talk about that. We got to get some NFL because the coaching carousel spins, or in some cases it doesn't. Ben Johnson on his way to Chicago. The NFC North rival Minnesota has made their decision on Kevin O'Connell. I'll tell you what that is and a whole lot more. It is going to be a busy day on the show. Rob Alonzo and you, the Rob Brown Show, is on the Fan Upstate.
My ears are sweating. This sweatshirt has got to go.
I'm going to step away for 45 seconds, guys, for the first break. We'll be right back. All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for being here.
Ain't nobody here. They all sleeping because their work got canceled and school got canceled. Everybody just, all right, there are people here. I can see you, but still.
At least 9, 10.
All I need is one more guy to show up today. Well, 2. Need 2 guys to show up today. Once the sun comes out, though.
Ross Dellinger of YahooSports.com put up a very interesting article yesterday reporting that the SEC and the Big Ten athletic directors are expected to hold a second joint meeting next month where conference leaders are expected to, quote, deeply explore the future of the college football playoff format. The meeting is set for February 19th down in New Orleans, where the national championship game was played just a few days ago. And that meeting will come a week before the college football playoff commissioners meet in Dallas to discuss the future of the playoff, its format, and governance structure. Those with knowledge of the meeting, according to Ross Dellinger, spoke with anonymity to Yahoo Sports. They said there's a couple of things that are on the docket for this meeting. Dellinger said that the meeting marks a, quote, second step in the budding relationship between 2 leagues that announced the partnership last spring. Their athletic directors met in Nashville in October, a historic event and one of the first gatherings of 2 major conference administrators in recent NCAA history. We know what they talked about that back then. They talked about a couple of things. They talked about a potential future partnership between the 2 leagues that could or could not, we'll find out, include a bit of intra-conference scheduling in the football world. We have talked very frequently about the concept of out-of-conference schedules being weak for everybody, which creates a world in which if the entire conference is mid, but a conference only plays each other, there's no way for us to determine that they are mid until the college football playoffs. And at that point, we got 12 spots to lock in, and we might be shutting out if one conference is deeper than the other, or if there are some teams from lesser conferences that are just bad, but their team stands out, we may dismiss those. The thought behind that was, if we get a bunch of SEC teams and they play a bunch of Big Ten teams, we can use each other as a measuring stick and prove that these 2 conferences are indeed the top 2 dogs. That's not the aspect of this meeting on February 19th that I think is going to be most important. There are 2 sentences that were written in this article by Ross Dellinger that I would like to get to. Here is the first one. And I think this is one that has a lot of weight to it. He points out in the article that if there are to be changes in college football's playoff structure, Ross Dellinger said it is believed right now to be unlikely that those changes will take place this year. It looks like we will have one more year of the playoff structure that we were under this year. That includes the automatic qualifiers. That includes the buys. That includes the buys going to the conference champions. According to Dellinger, it is most likely that no changes will take next year. Here's the second part of this article that I found very interesting. Dellinger writes, quote, As part of an agreement struck last spring, the Big Ten and Southeastern Conference believe they have authority over any change to the playoff format starting with the 2026 postseason, the first of a new 6-year extension for the CFP. Changes for the 2025 playoff, unlikely at this point, will require unanimity amongst the 10 FBS conference commissioners and Notre Dame's athletic director. Dellinger goes on to write, quote, while executives agreed on a future revenue distribution model last spring, weighted heavily for the SEC and Big Ten, a future format was not finalized, but certain protections were agreed upon, including an automatic spot for the 5 highest ranked conference champions, a 12 or 14 team field, and qualification guarantees for independents like Notre Dame related to their place in the rankings, end quote. The expectation is that after this meeting, and when all of the commissioners get together in Dallas sometime in March, they believe that there will be a format proposed that will assign multiple AQs to single conferences. There is a discussion about the 14-team model that would designate 4 AQ teams from the SEC and 4 from the Big Ten, 2 AQs to the ACC and the Big 12, 1 to the best group of 5 champion, and 1 at large intended for Notre Dame if it finishes ranked inside the top 14. If Notre Dame is not inside the top 14, the next highest ranked team after the AQs are selected would get the nod. It is being described as the very easy to remember 4-4-2-2 1+1 model, which is only what we'll call it from now on the show.
Yeah, of course. It takes a while to get there, but you got to be accurate. Why does Notre Dame get that special treatment? If somebody else drops out of a conference and declares themselves independent, do they automatically get the Notre Dame treatment?
Here's the problem. And we've talked about this in the past, and it's a very fair question to ask.
I'm talking when it pertains to this.
No, I know, and I'm going to answer the question for you. We'll start with the setup. What if somebody drops out of a Power 4 conference and says, we're independent now? The answer is can't do it. Can't afford to do it. You don't have that money. There is the reason Notre Dame exists. I had this conversation over the weekend on social media. The reason Notre Dame exists as an independent is very simple. Because they started that way. They got the NBC deal way back in the day. They got the NBC deal at a point that conference affiliation was not worth tens of, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. And so because they got this NBC deal, and Notre Dame has, and you may not love it, doesn't matter. Notre Dame has a brand valuation. I don't know where it ranks in the grand scheme of things. I know it's one of the highest brand valuations in America. This is kind of like, to draw a comparison, because I always make things about me. I had a conversation with the Madre the other day. You want to hear the funniest things, though? You'll appreciate this. The mom was watching the college football national championship the other night. And because my mom is a good mom and gasses me up, she goes, who are these clown play-by-play announcers on this game? I was like, who are Reese Fowler and Kirk Herbstreit? Like, these guys they've been doing this a long time, or Chris Davis, whoever was doing it. You
said Reese Fowler. It's Chris Fowler.
Chris
Fowler.
Fowler.
They're basically the same guy. Chris Fowler was making all kinds of mistakes, though.
Don't know. Wasn't watching. I am now officially, I am taking my talent to every game should have a Sky Cam no play-by-play option. Every game should have that. I'm not saying you have to watch it. I'm saying it should be available. I watched that Natty. In fact, we're going to make this a segment later on because I loved it. I watched that Natty via the Sky Cam. No play. It's the audio feed from the stadium. You get crowd noise, you get the bands, and you get a live pipe to the stadium PA announcer. Jeremiah Love on the carry, 4 yards, tackled by number 13. Like, it's great. It's great.
Or boring, depending on your perspective.
I think it's fantastic. So she sends me the text, and she's like, who are these clowns calling this game? They're terrible. I've never heard a broadcast like this. And I'm like, It's the same as everybody. It's the same two guys that do every big game. What are you talking about? She's like, no. She's like, these guys are like weird. They're like yelling and blah, 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 blah.
She had it on the wrong.
She was watching the McAfee broadcast, right?
Of course.
Now, here's why I bring that up. Talking about brand valuation. I have said, and you can check with Zoe, you can check with the boss down the hall, something I've wanted to do for a very long time is do game simulcast where I literally bring a couch into the studio, put a game on that TV, and me and some of the fellas, and we would get local celebrities and local, Triumph and Swamp Rabbit and Drive players and other broadcasters and whatever, people, random folks around the sports community of the upstate to come in, sit on a couch with me, and we just watch a game mic'd up and have a ball. This is the McAfee pod. That's what I've been proposing for years, is the McAfee alternate broadcast. And my madre, when I said, oh, yeah, that's the McAfee broadcast, I think it's great. She's like, well, why haven't you done something like that? Real simple. Because even though I've had that idea for a very long time, I don't have the brand power to have convinced anybody to let me. It's real simple. That's all it comes down to. And I know it's a great idea because, again, they're doing it. I've told her, as I've told you guys on the air, I have had the idea of a McAfee-style podcast broadcast for a very long time, but nobody's ever signed off on it. McAfee got him to because he had this badass brand power behind him because he can't, and I'm not disparaging him for it. Go get the bag, young man. I love it. I love that McAfee is opening the door to broadcasters in this game because for so long, I got told, Rob, temper yourself, be more professional, quiet down, button it up. And now I'm like, dude, the most listened to and highest paid broadcaster in the sports game is just a bro, just a meathead. I'm here for it, right? But I have the brand power. McAfee's Notre Dame. I can't go to anybody and get them to sign on because I don't have that brand power. McAfee does. He can do everything he wants. That's Notre Dame. They got in the game so early. Why would they go independent? Ohio State got about $27 million worth of bonuses for playing in that national championship game. You know where that money went? To the Big Ten to be split up in revenue sharing amongst the conference. Notre Dame got about $27 million for playing in that national championship. You know where that money went? Notre Dame. They got to keep every dollar that they made. Ohio State had to split it up amongst, 18 other teams, 17 other teams? Which one of those would you rather be? The team that got the exact same opportunity and got to keep all 27 milli, or the team that got the same opportunity and had to give away like 14 of it? I mean, seems like an easy choice to me. All right, we'll talk more about this Ross Dellinger article when we come back on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. I just hit myself in the face with a can, which I'm going to go replace.
Hear that? That's my skull.
Seconds later, with the eventual game winner, they've won 3 in a row and return home tomorrow night, hosting the Columbus Blue Jackets. This is your home for Paladins basketball. Follow all the action live right here on the Fan Upstate. The Odyssey app, search the Fan Upstate, and listen anywhere on your phone. Chuck Sanders on the Fan Upstate. Up to the moon, upstate. Right now, it's all.
What the heck was that? Do you have any static electricity?
Not today.
Okay, because there's something popped through the speakers. That was weird.
Morning, Michael. What's up, buddy? Welcome back, as always, my man. Good to have you. Appreciate you coming by. Thank all you guys who come by this early in the morning. I appreciate it very much. And if you don't mind, make sure you're, I hate to do all the boomer stuff, but wherever you're watching, make sure you liked up, subscribed up, share it on your socials if you don't mind.
It's not a boomer thing because boomer.
I said millennial, didn't I?
No, you said boomer.
Millennial thing.
Because the internet didn't exist back then, which was before my generation. So the internet definitely didn't exist back then.
Netflix is raising their prices again.
Yeah, I saw that posted earlier, and they posted Raw right next to it.
Oh, for sure. That's why
so
it's
they're
going
blaming
on.
it on wrestling. If you never learn how to ride a bike, can you ride an electric bike? I wonder.
It's a good question. Don't know.
Because it's not self-propelled, so you're not doing the. It's basically a moped, isn't it? I don't know.
I mean, could you ride a Vespa? I would assume so.
Well, riding a bike's a matter of balance, but you're also working while balancing. I don't know either.
Most impressive.
Thank you. The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan of State. Working through some of the information we got about this meeting between the athletic directors of the Southeastern Conference and the Big Ten taking place February 19th in New Orleans, Louisiana. That is about a week ahead of the next big college football playoff directors meeting, which will take place a handful 100 miles to the west in Dallas about a week after that. There's some more information that came out of this. We started with the big one, which is there is discussion of a 14-team playoff, which of course would shift to 2 teams getting a bye. The rest of the teams would obviously all play a round 1. There's some questions I have. Is it going to be proposed that the SEC champ and the Big Ten champ both get a bye and everybody else is playing? And I'll tell you why I bring that up. I bring that up because while that places an additional benefit for the Big Ten and the SEC conference championship game, if this is the case. And again, I don't know that it is. I've only seen it floated. As of right now, all we have are a bunch of anonymous sources and quite a bit of speculation from big-headed weirdos with microphones like me. But if they do propose a 14-team model, again, I think the march to 16 is inevitable. 16 no buys. Feels like that's the direction we're going. But if we go to 14, 2 teams catching a bye, my question mark becomes, would the 2 teams on the bye auto be the SEC and the Big Ten champion? And I do have a problem with that. The problem that I have, and it's not even about football per se. The problem that I have with that is this. You create a world. We've talked about it many times this week, many times last week. Somebody, and I think Madcraft was in this group, but there were a couple of people who were proposing a couple of different things that would impact the conference championship game. One of the things that I've seen is a proposal to add the conference championship games into the playoffs, right? Like just have the ACC title game between SMU and Clemson be a playoff game. Just have the SEC championship game be a playoff game. There's a handful of reasons that's not going to work. There's a bunch that are kind of football and bracket related. There's only one reason that matters. And that reason that matters is conference championship games are gigantic money makers for the conferences, right? They get the full payout of the television contract. They get the full payout of the gate. They get the full payout of the merch. All of those things That's conference revenue. And you may or may not have figured this out at this point, but the conferences that aren't the SEC and the Big Ten are fighting for their lives right now, right? If you're not one of the big two, the power two, you are fighting for your life to the point that I still think there is down the line the possibility for the Big 12 and the ACC, depending on what happens with the Florida State and Clemson lawsuits. There is the potential down the line for the ACC and the Big 12 to ultimately join each other, much like the Big 12 and the SEC have done, and just try to create a secondary relevant conference. For now, it's not going to happen. And the plan of doing anything with the conference championship games to include them in the playoffs isn't going to happen, because if you do that, what happens? The conferences then cede the money-making ability of those conference championship games to the playoff committee. Unless the playoff committee says, we'll make them part of the playoffs, but we're not going to touch it. We're not going to come in. We're not going to take revenue. You can keep the full television contract. But like, really, what's the likelihood that the college football playoff committee is going to see money on the table and leave it there? Probably 0% would be my guess. So that's not going to fly. So let's take it back to where we were just a second ago. The reason that I would have a problem if a 14-team playoff model featured a Big Ten and an SEC champion getting the bye. The problem I have is this. Remember the conversation we've had the last couple of weeks about conference championship games and how these conference championship games, by and large, don't mean anything in the 12-team playoff, right? Ohio State didn't play for theirs. They won the Natty. Notre Dame doesn't have one. They played for the Natty. The Oregon Ducks won theirs and had a more difficult path to the playoff than Penn State, who lost theirs, made it further than the Ducks did the Nittany Lions. Rivalry games outside of sentimental reasons, pride. We're going to talk about this later. Outside of sentimental reasons, pride, rivalry games, if you are a top team in college football, don't really mean anything, right? Not in the sense of actual addition to the program. Ryan Day and the Buckeyes lost to Michigan. Then they won a national championship. I've asked the question 100 times. Dan Patrick asked it on his show yesterday. If I told you right now, hell, we can do this with Lonzo. He's an Ohio State fan. So I'll tell you right now, you're losing to Michigan next year, but you are guaranteed not to win a spot in the national championship game. Do you take that deal? The football genie, the magical time traveling football genie says, I am from the future, and I can tell you right now, you have the opportunity. You will lose to Michigan, but a loss to Michigan guarantees you not a natty, but a spot in the natty game. Are you taking that deal?
Because that's not what you said. You said it doesn't guarantee you one. If it does, yeah, I'm taking it.
You're damn right you are.
Yeah, but I'm not everybody. So I mean,
you're damn right you are. And you're right. You're not everybody.
I wonder, a lot of memes about those fans hiding.
Oh hell yeah! Real quiet today. A lot of folks spent a lot of time Monday night scrubbing the social media from the last 4 weeks, for sure. So the point here is those games don't mean a lot anymore. I mean, they do. They mean a lot to the fans. You always want to beat the rival. We do, sure. But in the grand scheme of the quest for glory that lasts and echoes into the ages, they just don't. Conference championship games. If you are the top teams, like Oregon and Penn State were, if you're in that mix, conference championship games don't really mean anything. They don't really mean anything. Both teams from the Big Ten got in, plus another team all got in. Two teams that did not play for the Big Ten championship got in. One of those two won the Natty. So if you create this world where the SEC and the Big Ten champs get a bye, what happens? Well, now the Southeastern Conference championship game means a lot. Now the Big Ten championship game means a lot. The ACC championship game does not mean as much. There's not as much of a prize on the end. Sure, you get a guaranteed slot in the playoffs, and sure, there may be years down the line where neither team in an ACC title game is guaranteed a spot unless they win the thing. And a lot of years where the team that loses the ACC title game, as would have been the case with Clemson this year. Clemson loses the ACC title game, they are not going to the playoffs, right? But if there was a bye on the line, the SEC and the Big Ten games matter even more. And forget what they matter in terms of the football teams, the playoffs, the bracketing, the seeding.
So
when it matters,
keep talking about the bye, but the bye is everyone with the bye this year lost.
Let me come back to that because I've heard that and I have evaluated it a couple of times, and I think we may have been a bit aggressive with the buys don't matter talk, and I'll make that argument in a minute. But when it comes to these title games, forget the bye. I'll tell you where the advantage lies. The advantage lies in this. Lonzo, you are now the executive director of ZSPN, the Zoe Sports and Entertainment Network. And you have an opportunity right now. I'm going to give you the option to put one of these two games on TV. And your multi-million-dollar a year check plus bonuses ride on this. On getting the maximum television ratings possible. You have two games that you can elect for. You can elect for the ACC title game, which features, I don't know, let's say, let's just use this past year. Clemson versus SMU. Clemson's going to the playoffs only if they get a win. SMU likely only going to the playoffs if they get a win, though there is the chance they backdoor their way in as the last team, which is what happened. So I'll give you the ACC title game with Clemson over here against SMU. Or I will give you the SEC title game with Texas taking on Georgia. Both of these teams are definitely going to the playoff no matter what. Definitely going. The winner of this game is going to catch the bye. Now let's take the glasses that shade the conversation off that maybe the buys hurt after this past year. And let's treat the bye the way we have treated the bye up until 3 weeks ago when all the bye teams lost, right? Let's assume that it is more the way it is traditionally and that the bye is actually a helpful thing. If I said, Zoe, that you get to select one of these two games to put on your network and your multi-billion-dollar contract rides on it, are you taking the ACC title game of Clemson versus SMU with the winner getting in, not on a bye, and the loser maybe getting bounced, definitely if they're Clemson? Or are you taking the SEC game where both Texas and Georgia are going, but the winner gets a bye?
But you're going Texas, Georgia, but more so because of brand than you are.
No, I'm going with
else.
this year's championship games. This was this year's championship game.
Again.
Oh, you're saying you're picking them because of the brand.
Right.
Sure.
I mean, more national appeal than the other one.
So with that being no, and I agree with that as well. That is absolutely.
I'm guessing a lot of people had no idea SMU was in the ACC.
Well, keep in mind, SMU v. Clemson was the lowest rated television broadcast game in the playoffs, and it got something like 10 million viewers less than the most watched college football games of the year. Partially because of the brand, partially because they put it up against an NFL game that day, and it did not go well for college football. But I think the point here is the television valuation. If you were to give the SEC and the Big Ten champs both a bye for winning the SEC and the Big Ten championship game, two games that are already the two most valuable conference championship products, become that much more valuable, which means television resources are going to fly over there. And what's going to happen is all of that TV money is going to go to the B1G and the SEC, and you're going to end up in the next handful of years having the ACC title game played on the CW because that's the only network willing to fork over money. All these other networks are going to pour all their resources into the other game. I don't think it's ever going to be that dramatic. But the point here is this is kind of like when politicians enact all these laws and you go, that's a weird law. Why'd they put that into play? And then you find out shortly after that the author of that new bill that helps whatever business accomplish whatever objective, turns out that their biggest donor is the CEO of that company. Shocking how that works out. And wouldn't you know it, all of a sudden that CEO has just made a sizable political contribution into the coffers of the author of that bill. If you continue to do stuff like this, all you're doing, and maybe some of you are okay with this. If you're an SEC fan, a Big Ten fan, maybe you're okay with this. But while I am pro portal and pro NIL, and I understand that many of you hate it and think it's ruining college football, we'll come back to that. I'll tell you, I think this is the biggest danger to college football. This continued drive, because you never pushed back on them to have any teeth in doing so now. This continued effort by the SEC and the Big Ten to increase their conference's value in the landscape of college football to the detriment of everybody else. It is not going to shock me if sometime down the line, the Big Ten and the SEC say, okay, 14-team model, 2 teams get a bye. We're going to hand out AQs to the next 3 highest rated teams from those 2 conferences. Then we'll hand out 4 AQs to the next 4 highest rated conference champs. We'll have an at-large for Notre Dame, an at-large for the group of 5 highest rated champ, blah, 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 blah. But the winner of the Big Ten title game and the winner of the SEC title game, they both get an automatic bye. Well, now there's more in those conference championship games. You're going to end up making them worth more than any other conference championship game in terms of what the winner receives on the field, which makes them more valuable in what the winner in those conferences receive off of the field. You were just putting your thumb on the scale and sliding more resources, revenue, cashola, dinero, pesos over to the 2 big ones. The rich get richer, and it becomes harder for everybody else who's not the richer to succeed in this landscape. And I think that's if you think there's a threat to college football, I don't think there is, other than the inevitable outcome to this. If this is what ends up happening, again, I'm speculating, but it seems common sense to me. If this is what ends up happening, I think the road we are traveling ends up in a spot where there are 2 conferences playing big-time college football, and everybody else is relegated to a second tier of college football, and we end up having 2 college footballs. And we see how that works out for everybody who tries to be a second tier to the NFL. That is to say, it doesn't ever. That's the threat to college football, not NIL, not the portal. It's the people in suits continuing to enrich themselves to the detriment of everybody else. Now, a guy who never wears a suit, but is the richest man in radio, Lonzo.
He left out rubles and Doge. The NFL head coaching wheel continues to spin, or in this case, stays put after a 14-3 season and disappointing wildcard round exit. The Minnesota Vikings have extended head coach Kevin O'Connell by multiple years. O'Connell considered working through the end of his contract next season, but has repeatedly expressed desires to stay with the team. Now he's gonna. The final AP College football top 25 dropped last night with national champions Ohio State on top and runners-up Notre Dame in second. Oregon finished third ahead of Texas and Penn State in the top 5. Georgia claims 6th, followed by Arizona State, Boise State, Tennessee, and Indiana in the top 10. SMU finished 12th, 3 spots ahead of ACC champions Clemson. Alabama was 17th, Miami 18th, and South Carolina finished the year at 19th. Soon this evening at 5:30, as the Furman Paladins, who are human, take on the VMI Keydets. Human.
Order a Chick-fil-A grilled spicy deluxe sandwich and a Diet Dr. Pepper on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? It seems impossible to find them. Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Golfers, your next round is calling. With the Upstate Golf Card, you'll play 6 incredible courses for just $50. That's 6 rounds of golf for only $50. Tee off at the Preserve at Verde. Test your skills at Greer Golf. Soak in the views at the Rock and challenge yourself at Pebble Creek, Rolling Green, and Carolina Springs. Unmatched value for any golfer. New year, new game. Visit UpstateGolfCard.com and get yours today before they're gone. Don't wait. Your next round is calling. UpstateGolfCard.com.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective. A clue.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent.
Aha.
So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle provides an excellent Tide clean, and it doesn't leave behind irritating residues like dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on your skin.
Case closed.
If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Free and Gentle.
Have you seen the airboat thing in Louisiana doing donuts?
On the snow, yeah.
Yeah, that was like fun. Although I'm guessing if you get too dizzy from spinning too much, you probably fly off that thing. Do they have seatbelts on those?
No. Do you think the person who said, hey, what if we take a boat, strap a big-ass fan on the back of it, go fast, thought, and also add a seatbelt?
Yeah, but sentiments change, and other people go, "Hey, I would like to try that." But it needs to be more safe. Oh, I lingered on snow crashes. Now I'm just getting a ton of them, including one where a car crashed into the Buckhead Saloon in Georgia. And he was full speed. That was, oh. It was not good.
Well, that's not good.
QC in the first break.
The Rob Brown Show back on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo, and you. Be a part of the radio broadcast, 844-326-3663. That's the number to call the show. That's the number to text the show. Where are you falling on this B1G SEC evening? I'm kind of curious,
You
honestly.
probably shouldn't say where are you falling with, the ice and stuff on, the ground outside.
Sliding away.
Wow.
Sliding away. Where do you land after you fall on this B1G SEC joint meeting, aka merger? Because do you know how much easier all of this, how much easier it is to comprehend, to understand? Think about it in business terms instead of football. When you think about it in sports terms, it creates this world where our passion and our love of the game becomes our primary driving motivator to think about it. But if you use, feelings, emotion, passion, love to talk about it, then none of it's going to make sense. You're going to go, this is all bad for football. If you think about it from the perspective of a business, if you imagine Tony Petitti in a Hugo Boss suit giving a presentation, instead of as a guy who really loves the Big Ten, if you look at him as a guy who cares about the bottom dollar, the profit margins for his investors, more than a guy who cares about football in his conference, a lot of this will make a lot more sense to you.
See, I just think of it in terms of the NFL. Before there was the NFL, there were two professional football leagues. They got together, and now we have the NFL.
And I do think that that is kind of what I was driving at earlier, is I do think this merger ultimately ends with there being two separate college football landscapes that interact with each other in order to decide a national champion. And everybody else unfortunate enough to get locked out of those two leagues basically is either going to have to play a different college football world, maybe under the NCAA banner still, and maybe not, or a lot of schools are just not going to have football programs anymore. We'll come back to that later, because there is something else happening in the ACC that kind of tells me that my fear that the actual ruination of college football does not come from NIL, does not come from the portal. It comes from this merger, from the SEC Big Ten merger. That's the big threat to college football. We'll circle back around to that a little bit later on in the radio broadcast. But it is 7:03 in the morning. You have 56 minutes and 20 seconds until you have got to be sat at your desk, log in, get those emails fired off, check off your morning task for the AM, and then take that first break around, I don't know, what do you think, 8:08 a.m., walk down the hallway, head to the water cooler, chat it up with Mike from Accounts Receivable. Big sports guy down there, Mike. If you're going to talk with Mike about sports, you don't want to embarrass yourself. You want to know what's going on in the world of sports. And if that's the case, you need this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the three top stories that will have your coworkers say,
"Oh no, don't start."
They take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It's the water cooler cheat sheet, the top three sports stories that you need to know before you get to the office this upstate Wednesday morning, and talk sports with your coworkers.
I don't know what I'm doing.
I had to make sure it was working. It is. Item number 1. The Major League Baseball Hall of Fame has named its class of 2025. It is a 3-man class. Billy Wagner, the closer, CC Sabathia, the starting pitcher, and Ichiro Suzuki have all been elected to the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame. And we'll talk about all of them collectively a little later in the show. But the news for me in this story, and this is going to be a segment coming up a little bit later on. The news for me is that if you are a baseball fan and you do not think that Ichiro Suzuki is a Hall of Famer, then allow me to break out the classic cliche. You don't know ball, brother. You don't know ball. Ichiro Suzuki is the definition of a Hall of Famer. He becomes the first Japanese-born Major League Baseball Hall of Famer. The dude had 3,089 career hits as a professional. He had 2,542 career hits as a member of the Seattle Mariners. He had over 1,275 hits in the Nippon Professional Baseball League in Japan. That gives him a career total of more overall hits than Pete Rose. He is the definition of a Major League Baseball Hall of Famer. Ichiro Suzuki passes what I think is maybe the most contentious aspect of the Hall of Fame, the character clause. You must not just be a great player, must be also a wonderful representative of and ambassador for the game of baseball out in the real world. You have never heard a story of Ichiro Suzuki being anything other than an absolute bro his entire career. Ichiro Suzuki's number is being retired on August 9th. He will become just the third Seattle Mariner to have his jersey retired, joining Edgar Martinez and Ken Griffey Jr., two-time American League batting champion, 10-time All-Star and Gold Glove outfielder, a career .311 average, 117 home runs, 780 RBIs, 509 stolen bases between the Mariners, Yankees, and Marlins. Why do I say all these things about Ichiro Suzuki? Very simple. Because Ichiro Suzuki got 393 votes out of 394 voters. Somewhere in America is one egg-headed jackass with a vote that said, I'm not voting for Ichiro Suzuki. And I want it known that the day that this cat gets doxxed, and I don't think you've ever heard me say this or anything close to it on the radio, whoever he writes for should fire him immediately. Anybody who finds out who he is once he is fired should never hire him again.
So you want this guy to conform and follow what everyone else is doing, even though he may have the opinion that...
There is no argument that Ichiro Suzuki's not a Hall of Famer. If you say he's not, you are not a good baseball person. That's just a fact.
Oh, okay, but they have a vote and you don't. And if they decide that's what it is, I mean, you know...
Ichiro Suzuki had an opportunity to become the second unanimous selection of Major League Baseball's Hall of Fame. There is only one other player who has become unanimous, and that's Mariano Rivera in the class of 2019. There is zero reason, that Ichiro Suzuki is not number two. This guy has more career hits as a professional than Pete Rose. This guy has a landmark legacy. I don't care about any of the other aspects. Just as a baseball player, pretty good. The guy won the Gold Glove multiple times. He was a 10-time All-Star. He was the 2001 Rookie of the Year and the MVP in the baseball MVP in the same year. He was on a team that had 116 regular season wins, tied for the most of all time, and the play never backed off. This dude is a definitive Hall of Famer. And the only reason that you do not vote for Ichiro Suzuki as a Hall of Famer is one of two reasons. Number one, you don't know ball, brother, in which case you shouldn't be writing about it to the point that you have a vote in this. If you genuinely don't see him as a Hall of Famer, you should not have a Hall of Fame vote. And number two, the only other reason you would not put Ichiro Suzuki in the Hall of Fame is because you are being a contrarian and you sit at home at night and touch yourself to everybody being ticked off online like me. That's it. There are some people, we call them trolls, that get their rocks off by making people angry intentionally. Hell, some people have made a whole career out of it. If you were the one guy that kept Ichiro from being consensus Hall of Famer number 2, you should have your vote revoked and you should never cover baseball again. I've never said anything like that before. I'll say it now. That's a joke. That's a joke that this dude isn't the consensus. All right, item number 2. Your final AP poll of the year in college football has dropped. And, of course, the Ohio State Buckeyes end the year as the consensus number 1 overall. The Notre Dame Fighting Irish end at number 2. Where did everybody else that got bounced before the Natty end up? Well, here you go. The Oregon Ducks check in at number 3 at 13-1, one spot ahead of the Texas Longhorns, and the Penn State Nittany Lions end up at number 5. Georgia checks in at 6 ahead of 7 Arizona State. Boise State ends at number 8 ahead of Tennessee at number 9, and Indiana rounds out the top 10. Ole Miss is at number 11. SMU 12 ahead of BYU 13. Clemson will finish the year as a top 15 team, checking in at number 14, one spot ahead of the Iowa State Cyclones. Illinois 16, Alabama 17, Miami 18, South Carolina 19, 2 spots behind the University of Alabama. South Carolina 19, the top 25 rounds out with Syracuse, Army, Mizzou, UNLV, Memphis, and Colorado bouncing in, get to claim an AP top 25 finish to the season. No real shock anywhere as far as how the conferences stand out. 7 SEC teams at number 4, 6, 9, 11, 17, 19, and 22. 5 teams out of the Big Ten, numbers 1, 3, 5, 10, and 16. The ACC slotted 4 teams, however, none in the top 10. They claim numbers 12, 14, 18, and 20. The Big 12 got 4 in at 7, 13, 15, and 25. The AAC, 2 teams at 21 and 24. The Mountain West, 2 teams at 8 and 23. And, of course, Notre Dame is the lone independent in the top 25 at number 2. And very quickly, because we've already spent quite a bit of time on it this morning, item number 3. Ross Dellinger of Yahoo Sports is reporting that on February 19th in the greatest city in America, New Orleans, Louisiana, the Big Ten and SEC conference athletic departments will hold a joint meeting with just those 2 conferences in attendance. What is the point of this meeting? The point of the meeting is to get the 2 conferences in lockstep with each other before the College Football Playoff Committee meeting, which takes place a week later in Dallas, Texas. The goal of this meeting is to make sure that these 2 conferences, who have already outright said, hey, dig it, we believe that when it comes to the college football playoffs, we got the power. Bam, 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 bam. We say what goes. We say how it goes. Now, the reason this one is interesting is because if there are to be any changes to the 2025 college football playoff format, they would have to be voted upon by a majority of the athletic directors in the College Football Playoff Committee. If there are to be changes in 2026, it will require a consensus of everybody in the CFP room. My suspicion, although Ross Dellinger says he believes it is unlikely that any changes will be made ahead of 2025, my belief is that the SEC and the Big Ten Conference commissioners are going to sit in the room and they're going to say, is there anything wildly pressing to us now? There might be, there might not be. Off the top of my head, I don't know what would make that cut. But the thought is they will sit in the room. They will have these conversations. They will say, we think it is important that X happens. We think it is important that Y happens. And if we can come to a consensus on this, if we can reach an agreement, then we can go to Dallas next week and we can start to shove those changes onto the table. And if we can get those discussed, then we, as the two power conferences with all of the, money and power, we believe that we will be able to get these changes enacted for next year. Will they? I don't know. One of the things that I do think, and this is where we get to start playing the Game of Thrones college football edition, one of the things they have to be very careful about is not to ram anything through this year that creates any sort of grudge with any of the athletic directors from other conferences. Because again, as we mentioned, next year for changes to the 2026 playoffs, the College Football Playoff Committee will require a consensus among everyone in the room. And so if the Big Ten and the SEC go in there this year and they start throwing their weight around and bullying the other conferences into agreeing with changes they want to see in 2025, there is the comeuppance down the line of in 2025's meetings next year, 2026 meetings next year, those same commissioners, when the SEC and Big Ten propose whatever model they want to go with next, all it would take is one person in the room to go, hey, you know what, guys? We ain't changing nothing. The SEC, the Big Ten, and say no. And then they bog down whatever changes. So I don't think there's going to be any big time sweeping changes that come out of this meeting. I don't believe that there will be no changes that come out of this meeting when these two teams, two conferences get in lockstep with each other February 19th and then present whatever they agree upon a week later in Dallas. All right, let's take a break. Come back, talk some NFL on the show. The ACC has proposed a change to their conference championship game that I think lends credence to what I said in the last segment of the show, that the biggest threat to college football is the SEC Big Ten merger. I'll tell you what I mean when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
You see.
All right, guys, good morning. Quick read coming right back. Stay right there for me. right, we're back. Good morning, everybody. Kane, welcome in, buddy. Jacob, good morning, brother. I agree. Andrew Jones is a Hall of Famer, but he missed 8 years.
Already happened.
Sponsored by SC Education. The South Carolina Education Lottery encourages all of our players to learn about your play before you pay. To learn how the odds work, common lottery myths, and the science of problem gambling, check out sceducationlottery.com/betteryou. Playing the lottery for fun is a win for education.
On the radio at 97.7 FM, 1330 AM, Greenville, 97.1 FM, 950 AM, Spartanburg.
Listen on your phone, download the Odyssey app, and search The Fan Upstate.
There's a whole lot more to know about sound if you really want to go into the subject.
Your smart speaker. Just say play 97 The Fan Upstate. On your HD radio at WFBC HD3. There's just one more thing. And on your computer at the Fan.
FanUpstate.com.
Getting the game done.
Hey, Big Daddy, how you doing?
Real good, Corey LaJoy. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show's on your radio. It's the Fan Upstate. How do you do? Great to be with you. We've been talking this morning so far, and likely will continue to, because I think it is the next big step in college football's evolution. And we'll have Denton Day of SiriusXM's College Football Overtime joining us here in the next segment of the radio program. And we'll ask him the same question and have the conversation with the brilliant football mind that is Denton Day. I've said a couple of times so far this morning, I believe the biggest threat to college football is not NIL, is not the transfer portal. And I make that observation by saying, did we not enjoy the college football playoffs this year?
Some of us really
I know you
enjoyed
did.
it. Yeah.
I know you did. But even if you're not a horse chestnut, did you not enjoy the college? I thought it was good. Do I think will we have better years? Yes. We will have better years. Not every year is going to be. And
what do you mean by better?
Well, I'm going to tell you. What I mean by better is we will have years where the first round isn't 4 ass whoopings. We will have better years where the second round features at most 2 competitive games, realistically a competitive game in round 2. Effectively, the playoffs were the semifinals. Now, before any of you go, well, we could have stayed at 4. No, you couldn't, because remember, the semifinals were made up of teams 5, 6, 7, and 8, not 1, 2, 3, and 4. It is likely if we were in a 14 playoff, Ryan Day and the Buckeyes would not have been playing for a national championship this year.
First, we'll see. Obviously, the sample size is just 1 year. I don't believe the first round is going to get any better.
Maybe
Ever.
not. I think, again, much like we anticipated when it started, I've already said, I do think that probably 80+% of first-round games are going to be whoopings. Not only is it a team that is closer to the top playing a team that's not, but the closer to the top team gets to play it on their campus. Yeah, I believe the overwhelming majority of first-round games are going to look like they did last year.
First-round games are the equivalent of play-in games in basketball.
That is also the reason I believe 12's the right number for a playoffs.
Oh, I agree too. I don't think it needs to go any higher.
I think 12's the right number for a playoff maximum. I think honestly, if you really want to cut it down, I think 8's fine. But we're never going to go back.
They're not going to go back. The only thing I think they really need to tweak is the length of time between games.
So we're going to talk about that, because that's a conversation Cody Decker and I had on Saturday on Bet for the Cycle on the BetQL Network, which made its way to his nationally syndicated Beadle and Decker on SiriusXM. And I want to bring that up because Deck and I had that conversation and we landed on opposite sides of it. He and Beetle had the conversation and they agree with each other. And we're going to have that talk a little later in the show. Yada, 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 yada. I wanted to bring up this topic. My brain just shut off for a second there. I wanted to bring up this topic.
I was heading for the paddles, man. I think they're still here somewhere.
You ever had that? Like you know where you're going, and
come
then
on.
Your brain's just
you see that happen to me all the time. So
I wanted to bring this up. I said back in the first hour of the show, I genuinely believe that the biggest threat to college football is not NIL. It's not the transfer portal. It's not coaches leaving and moving up to bigger schools and better jobs. It's none of that. The biggest threat to college football, in my opinion, is this Big Ten SEC merger. It is the creation of a college football monopoly, right? I've said before, and maybe not time and place, I don't really care. The inevitable conclusion of unchecked and unregulated capitalism is monopoly. It's oligarchy. That is the direct result of unchecked, unregulated capitalism. I'm pro-capitalism for sure, but there have to be guardrails and regulations. Without them, you end up with every industry has one guy who's able to buy out everything else, and then they can just do whatever they want. Well, that's the Big Ten and the SEC when it comes to college football. The NCAA never grabbed itself a set of enforcement protocols. It allowed these conferences to go wherever they wanted to go, and the conclusion is a Big Ten SEC merger that, to me, threatens to basically lock everybody else out, or at least set the bar for entry so freaking high that it's just about impossible for anybody else to compete with them. How did I arrive at this conclusion? It's what the ACC is looking at doing right now. We have talked about this already. Not as much detail as we probably need to, but we can fix that here. Jim Phillips, the commissioner of the Atlantic Coast Conference, said that his league is weighing possible changes to championship weekend, suggesting instead of a ACC championship game, that instead of an ACC championship game, they may create an ACC automatic qualifier play-in tournament. So instead of having, hey, everybody come up to Charlotte for the ACC championship game, we're going to crown an ACC champion. Instead, what we will have is, since the ACC is probably looking at in this, 4-4-2-2-2 1+1 model, you would have 2 AQs to the ACC. You would have 1 to the best group of 5 champion, 1 at large intended for Notre Dame if it finishes ranked inside the top 14, and then 4 to the SEC, 4 to the Big Ten. So instead of having a championship game, which would more often than not, though not exclusively, result in the ACC champ getting the higher seeded at large and the ACC runners-up getting the lower buy-in seed, which, again, creates the situation we've talked about with Oregon and Penn State, a situation where, hey, I'm in this game, I'm going either way, right? Like, if I'm playing for an ACC title game, I'm going to the playoffs. And I can't have a bye. You can't get a bye. So what the hell's the point of trying? If I'm Dabo and I make the 8, no, I don't think Dabo would do this. But if I'm Clemson and if I back my back door, I can do this. Backdoor my way into the ACC title game, and I'm gonna get SMU, whatever. You know what I'm doing? I'm rolling out all my backups. I'm rolling out all my freshmen. I'm rolling out all my sophomores in their second year, maybe don't have a ton of XP. I'm rolling out all my depth players. Why? Because I'm already going. So Jim Phillips says in order to combat that, and honestly, like, it's one of those ideas that the knee-jerk reaction is, that's dumb and stupid and I hate it. But looking at it from a reasonable standpoint, a point of reason, not emotion, and that kind of makes perfect sense. Why? A couple of reasons. Number one, If I've got, let's say, the top 4 teams in the ACC and they're playing for 2 spots, I'm seeding number 1 versus number 4 with 1 hosting. I'm seeding number 2 versus number 3 with 2 hosting. Now what do I have? Instead of the ACC championship game taking place on night in Charlotte, what do I have? I have 2 games to put on TV, both of them with a playoff spot on the line, both of them with a traditional college football game environment around it. Both of them I get the profit of. It actually makes a lot of sense. But the point is not whether or not this format, with 1 playing 4, 2 playing 3, and the winner of those 2 games, each of them getting thus one of the 2 AQs for the ACC. The point here is that the merger between the Big Ten and the SEC, the merger between the Big Ten and the SEC is already having an impact in that a conference in the ACC, fighting for its life, is looking at doing away with crowning an ACC champion. There would be an ACC regular season champion, but there would be no ACC champion anymore. Not championship game champion, never regular season champ. But the ACC is looking at not crowning a conference champion because the SEC and the Big Ten say, no. You just get 2 spots from now on. You can maybe earn an at-large if you have a really good year, but you get 2 spots. So if I'm the ACC, I want to create a way where I make sure I'm sending the best 2 teams I got. And also making sure that the games are competitive. Because if both teams in the ACC title game get a spot, neither team has to show up and try. Who cares? I don't give a darn if I'm the ACC title game, if I'm the ACC champion, if I have a title appearance on the line, a playoff appearance on the line. But if I got to go out there and I have to beat that other team to get a playoff bid, now I'm going to play. Now I'm rolling out my best. I'm going in the bag. I'm making this a game. And so are they with a playoff spot on the line. It's a good thought. The point is, this merger is creating chaos for the other conferences. We'll ask Denton Day of SiriusXM's College Football Overtime his thoughts when we come back on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, don't go anywhere. Give me a handful of seconds. I'm going to get Denton Day lined up, and we will be right back. Denton Day, you handsome son of a gun. How do you do, buddy?
What up, fellas?
How we doing, partner?
I'm good, man. How are you guys?
I'm over here fuming about Ichiro Suzuki not being a unanimous selection. I'm heated, buddy.
You know, people always be doing that sort of stuff.
There's always got to be that one guy in the room.
Always one.
Everybody look at me and how special I am.
Are you guys going to the Super Bowl? Are you doing Radio Row?
No. I'd love to. I mean, I'm 100% going to pitch it to the boss, but
I mean, if you've got our in, we're there, but you know.
I just found out that I'm going regardless.
Nice.
Like, y'all there. Like, we can kick it on Bourbon Street.
I would love nothing more, buddy. My wife is she's new to the life of the Saints fan. And when the Saints had that 5-point game winning streak, when we're dropping 40s on everybody, she's like, if the Saints go to the Super Bowl, we're going, right? And I was like, oh, babe, you don't know what it's like to be a Saints fan yet. Bless your heart. 7:39 in the AM portion of the day. The Rob Brown Show carries on. Rob Brown, the Great One Lonzo, and you as we watch the snow melt in the parking lot across the street. Supposed to be a pretty nice day. What the hell is that over there, Lonzo?
Okay, you need to be a little more specific.
Is that just where a car was parked?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
They
look like portals to another dimension for sure.
It's I'm still not a snow guy.
Okay.
Still not
Don't ever need to be one.
Denton Day, you a snow guy or you I hate this crap guy?
I was a snow guy in high school when it got me out of school.
Fair.
As an adult having to drive. I was going to ask, how are you guys handling that? Because you guys are getting a lot more snow than that area is used to getting, right? I mean, it was cold. It's cold here. We don't have snow at the moment, but it was 11 degrees.
I'm going to do that thing that causes an eye roll from a lot of people. I'm from Ohio. I'm good.
Oh, yeah. You're straight. You're like, this is nothing.
Yeah. And we didn't get as much as Florida did.
Also, Denton Day. End snow games, dome all NFL stadiums.
Stop it.
I said what I said.
Be smart financially so you can hold concerts at most of those stadiums in the winter.
It's all pluses. It's all benefits. There's no reason not to do it. Denton Day is the host of SiriusXM's College Football Overtime. He joins us on Wednesdays here on the Rob Brown Show, here on the Fan Upstate to talk a little collegiate footy. And Denton Day, I do want to talk here in just a couple of minutes about this Big Ten SEC merger because I got a bit of a take and I want to get your thought on it. But we would be remiss if we did not dive directly into your college football national championship game. 34-23, Ohio State University takes home the national championship. And what an interesting game. Notre Dame opens up with an 18-play drive that goes almost 10 minutes in time. It's the longest drive in modern era of college football national championship games. And then their next 4 drives combined stacked to 5 minutes. What? That's the question, Denton Day. What?
Yeah, I think that is what we call the law of averages. Things just, they're just balancing out. You get a 10-minute drive where your next 3 are going to be 3 and outs in 5 minutes. Riley Leonard looked gassed at the end of that one. I love when they showed him on the sideline, and I'm like, my man can't breathe. But, he's a quarterback. So, quarterbacks don't do oxygen. Those are for the offensive linemen. Offensive linemen do oxygen. Defensive linemen do oxygen. Quarterbacks, they're too braggadocious. They're not going to take some. My man needed some oxygen. He needed some oxygen. I thought that drive, though, was perfect, Rob. That was exactly what they needed to do to keep it at least somewhat watchable. Now, it got out of hand at the end of the first half and then a little bit at the beginning of the second half before they started to make their comeback, but they needed to get on top of Ohio State. You can't chase Ohio State. They just don't have, they being Notre Dame, they just don't have the amount of talent and the amount of firepower on offense to be able to do that. So that kind of drive, I mean, your best defense was keeping them, Ohio State, off of the field. So it was perfect. It just, the next 3 drives, as you mentioned, were less than perfect. And that kind of created a position where you could take advantage to then, oh my God, we're down a lot now.
It was interesting to me. I've watched the game live, was taking notes, did a little highlight film study the next day, yesterday. You go back and watch. I think Ohio State, if I recall correctly, didn't they, on an 18-play drive that Notre Dame opened up with, they brought pressure twice. They brought pressure twice. And when they brought pressure, it was one guy. They never had multi-man blitzes. It was like a guy. Then we got to drive number 2. And granted, it was only a 3-play drive, and drive number 3, which was also a 3 and out. All of a sudden, they're bringing 5 consistently. All of a sudden, the base becomes a 5-man rush. We're dropping 6. I thought they did kind of what the opposite of Penn State did. Penn State was super aggressive defensively in the first half against Notre Dame. They backed off, and Riley Leonard went off. On the first drive, Ohio State played back, Riley Leonard went off, and then they started throwing dudes at him, and Notre Dame didn't respond. It just came to me, it became a game of, until Ohio State had a big lead, Ohio State is going to crash big dudes into your offensive line at your quarterback and try to beat you. And that's exactly what happened until Ohio State kind of backed off a little bit in the late third quarter.
Yeah, it was great coaching by Jim Knowles. There's a reason they went out and got him a couple of years ago, because the defense for so many years at Ohio State had been struggling. That was like the feeling out process, right? Like that first drive was like, all right, how is this going to go? Are we going to be able to get pressure with 4? Because they'd done a really good job this year against most teams getting pressure with just 4. And they were feeling them out. All right, if we can get pressure with 4, we're just going to bring 4 up. We can't do that. All right, well, we're going to adjust. We trust what we're doing on the back end, and we're going to send dudes after you. And they did. And as you mentioned, they did. And it really flustered Notre Dame's offense. And Riley Leonard is not the quickest of decision makers. And then he's not the most accurate guy. So when you're not the quickest of decision makers and you're also not accurate, it's going to lead to some struggles. And you saw that. And then as Ohio State backed off, you started to see Notre Dame come to life a little bit again. So I thought it was a great move by Jim Knowles. And then it just got a little – not scary necessarily. I don't think that anybody realistically thought that they were going to come back and win, but it was at least making you – I made someone who bet Ohio State 8.5 sweat a little bit.
Some Buckeyes clenched up a little bit. All right. They did. They just did. We all saw it. Denton Day from SiriusXM's College Football Overtime joining us here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. The future of college football is predicated by this Ohio State championship win. This is a team that was built through the transfer portal. You got a transfer portal quarterback. You got a transfer portal pair of running backs. You got a transfer portal wide receiver who is a playmaker. There is some homegrown talent on this roster, but you got a lot of guys that came from other places to make up what became the 2024 Ohio State Buckeyes. Do you think that is going to kind of drive college football's evolution more towards advanced portal hunting now? Or do you think that coaches are going to kind of keep the pace and see if this becomes the trend before they overreact?
No, I think they'll keep the pace more than anything. I mean, how advanced can you get in the portal? I think that's what we're kind of starting to see a little bit, Rob. You're seeing a little bit of the balance out. Obviously, like you look at Ohio State's offense and you say, that they were great. They were really, really good. But I'm going to continue to say this championship was won on their defense. And you look at their defense, and the defense had a lot of that homegrown talent, guys that had been in the program for a long, long time. You see some guys 5 years as grad students. So I think, every single year is different. I've always said that the transfer portal really depends on 2 things: quarterbacks and defensive ends. It's pretty simple, right? Like if you look at the NFL, it's a great example. Who are the highest paid guys? Quarterbacks and guys that get after the quarterback. That really is what I think kind of is going to adjust how coaches attack the portal. If there is a portal with a lot of quarterbacks entering it, you'll see them be more aggressive. If there's a lot of defensive ends entering it, they'll be more aggressive. But I don't know that what Ohio State was this year is going to cause for any sort of mass adjustment to how coaches handle the portal. I don't think so. I could be wrong. I don't think that's going to happen. I think they're kind of starting to get a grip on just how to do this on a yearly basis.
Denton Day joining us here on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. Do you feel like the first annual college football expanded playoffs was a success? I thought it was. Look, first round was boring. I think no matter what you do, when you have this team, and we know what depth looks like as far as championship quality teams, I think more often than not, the first round's going to kind of be predominantly blowouts. But with the second round that had at most 2 competitive games, it really didn't get heated until the semifinals. Do you feel like this was a successful inaugural expanded playoffs?
It definitely was. It was definitely successful. Are there things that they need to change? Also, yes, to that question. But it was definitely successful. I had a lot of fun watching it, and you got to see a lot of good games and a lot of teams that you would not ever see play one another. Texas, Arizona State. I don't think Like I've never seen those two teams play, and you got to see them play. So I think that is why you expand, also for money. But that's why you expand, is to give fan bases matchups that you traditionally would not see. So from that standpoint, I definitely think it was a success.
I got to say, the Ohio State Buckeyes were the best team in college football down the stretch, right? Like,
yeah, definitely.
I mean, and I think the point we have to hammer down on is if it was a 14 playoff, they weren't in it. So if nothing else, it has proven to me that the whole concept of the best 4 teams, you've never known if the best 4 teams were the best 4 teams. Now we are, I think, going to be like 90% sure the best team is somewhere in that 12.
Yeah. I think it also makes the committee squirm a lot less. Like this year's a great season. Could you imagine, like in years past, Rob, we've always fantasy booked 12-team playoffs when we were only at 4. Could you imagine how much the committee would have squirmed if they had to put 4 teams in, and who the tough decisions they would have had to make, how they really view teams? I felt like with a 12 team, it did make their life a little easier because they didn't really have to tell you that information, which they love. They love it when other people do their work for them, which in most instances is the games itself, but they hate making hard decisions. It would have been tough for them this year if it was only a 4-team playoff. And you're right, Ohio State more likely than not is on the outside looking in with 2 losses and no berth in the Big Ten championship game.
All right, I want to ask you, we got a few more minutes here with Denton Day from College Football Overtime on SiriusXM. February 19th, Ross Dellinger reported this yesterday. The athletic directors of the SEC and the Big Ten are going to get together in New Orleans. They are going to have a joint conversation between those two conferences, I think primarily to get on the same page about whatever it is they're going to introduce a week later at the CFP meetings over in Dallas. I said earlier in the show, and you tell me if this is fair or foul, the biggest threat to college football is not more games. It's not NIL. It's not the transfer portal. The biggest threat to college football is the SEC and the Big Ten getting on the same page and bullying everybody else into giving them everything that they want, which inevitably down the line leaves a lot of schools and programs out in the cold. Am I being a dramatic son of a gun, or is there some validity to that?
No, you're not being dramatic, because we saw a couple of years ago with the falling apart of the alliance that everyone is in it for themselves. And the Big Ten was like, hey, ACC, hey, I think it was the Big 12 or Pac-12, whoever it was, like, hey, guys, let's do this together. And then it was the Pac-12, because they then stole 4 of their teams. And they completely caused that conference to fall apart. You're in this for yourself. You're in this to make money for the people that you work for, which in these instances for the commissioners is the schools that are part of their conference. So yeah, it's a very curious approach to what this sport is going to look like based off of what we get from those meetings. Because I can tell you this, Rob, when the Big Ten and the SEC get together, I think Greg Sankey is the most powerful man in college athletics. But I can tell you this is not going to be like an alliance where it's a handshake deal and then one of them robs the other one. That's not how this is going to work. This is going to be like ironclad, set in stone. It's 2 mega powers coming together. If you're in the 80s, it's Hogan and it's Savage. If you're in the now, it's Cena and it's Rock coming together to figure out, do we want to be a team? Do we not want to be a team?
You're telling me there's a Big Ten heel turn on the horizon? You're telling me there's a Tony Petitti chair shot coming down the line?
Could you imagine if Greg Sankey, this genius that he is, gets fooled by the Big Ten after they duped? I mean, they Seth Rollins, the Pac-12 and the ACC with a chair shot to the back. Could you imagine if Triple H in Greg Sankey gets the same thing? Like it would, I can't imagine, like they're going to be coming into the room, I think, metaphorically, ready to go, like stuff in the chamber, just be like, hey, how do you, like what we kind of talked about, how do you want this to go? We can be friends, we can be enemies. What do you want this to be? And then whatever it ends up being, they're going to be friends more likely than not because money, but then that really makes it tough for everybody else.
The SEC versus Big Ten, 30 for 30, directed by Martin Scorsese. Sign me up. Just turn it into the mobster movie at this point. Yeah, I said this earlier. Like, I think that these two conferences get on the same page, they make their demands, because next year at the same college football playoff meeting, if they want to make changes, it has to be consensus. It has to be unanimous after that. It doesn't have to be this year. That's not to say anything will change. Ross Dellinger says he doesn't think anything will. My thought is there's going to be this fun balance to watch these two conferences walk, because on one hand, they do want to go in there and throw their weight around as the two big dogs and structure this thing the way that they want it. On the flip side, they tick off the wrong guy at the wrong time, and then the 2026 meetings roll around. All it takes is one dude in the room to go, hey, Sankey, screw you. Hey, Petiti, screw you. We're not going along with that. And whatever the plans they want fall apart. Now, that's not to say that there won't be another coup where they go, okay, well, then you're not part of this anymore, and figure it out. But I think there's a kind of a fine line. I think when it comes down to it, though, much like Hulk Hogan, if he decides that whatever you think don't work for me, brother, you're kind of screwed.
Oh God, I'm so happy you made that. This is how I know that we're on the same page, because I was about to make that don't work for me, brother reference. But you are correct in that these are the two most powerful guys in college athletics, and I applaud whoever wants to go up against them if they do in 2026. But like, buddy, good luck, because they have the power to just, we'll do our own thing. Depending on what happens, like I'm with you. I don't think any mass change is going to take place for the next year in the college football playoff. But whatever they decide to do, they hold all the cards, because we would absolutely, as fan bases, and this is where it's on us. And I recognize I'm hypocritical because I don't want much to change, but I would absolutely, if it just becomes a joint thing between the Big Ten and the SEC, I'm still watching.
Yeah, I don't think that's wrong. Denton Day hosts the Sirius XM College Football Overtime. Joins us every Wednesday to talk college football, and also worked like 14 wrestling references into one answer. So, he's good people. My man, thanks for pulling up, big dog.
Fellas, appreciate it. Everybody cheer on the Commanders this weekend. And if you have Eagles fans in South Carolina, I hope you guys stub your toe.
Yeah, me too. Go Commanders.
Go Chiefs.
Denton Day from College Football Overtime. Lonzo with a sports flash.
How are you not going to mention Chiefs? The NFL head coaching wheel continues to spin. It is disrespect, or in this case, stays put after a 14-3 season and disappointing wildcard round exit. The Minnesota Vikings have extended head coach Kevin O'Connell by multiple years. O'Connell considered working through the end of his contract next season, but has repeatedly expressed desire to stay with the team. Final AP college football top 25 dropped last night with national champions Ohio State, the Ohio State University, on top, and runners-up Notre Dame in second. Oregon finished third ahead of Texas. Penn State in top 5. Georgia claimed 6th, followed by Arizona State, Boise State, Tennessee, and Indiana. SMU finished 12th, 3 spots ahead of ACC champion Clemson, and South Carolina checks in at 19. Tune in this afternoon, 5:30, as the Firm Paladins take on the VMI Keydets right here on the Fan Upstate. So I'm rooting for Philadelphia this weekend, so I don't have to hear about Jaden Daniels anymore. And since sports media has decided to go after the Chiefs are probably going to lose to Buffalo, as I said yesterday. So whoever wins between Philly and Washington, if Buffalo's in there, I gotta root against Buffalo because of what they're trying to do to the Chiefs. I know I am a member of sports media, but I am curious how much power they truly have. We're going to find out Sunday evening if they can influence the outcome of the game by what they're doing, this barrage against the Chiefs. Apparently, Brandon, but it's not unusual either way. It's been that way for years.
I step away for 30 seconds, guys. We'll be right back. Oh, baby.
We're going to find out, King.
Brandon B., your team is not the most hated. Your fans are. Eagles fans are the worst. Love you.
Wow, I don't think that works.
Well, your fans are the worst.
What you just did.
Philly fans are the worst.
I don't think so.
And it's not that they're the worst. It's that they take pride in being the worst.
Hey, you're going to be the heel. You got to be a good
I guess
heel.
embrace it. Here, son of a biscuit. 1. Try that again. Here we go. Hour number 3 of the Rob Brown Show starts now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great Malonzo, and you. Be a part of the radio broadcast this morning. 844-326-3663. 844-FANFONE. Shoot us a text on that same number, 844-326-3663. Shoot me an X at the Rob Brown Show. Shoot Lonzo one at Lonzo on Word. Get it everybody up in here at the Fan Upstate. And, of course, you can shoot me an email if you want to say something that's more long form, but don't want to go on the air with it. Bummer. But you can email me, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. All right, let's get to it. The Audio Blitz. It is 8 o'clock in the AM portion of the day. Some of the best audio we have gotten over the past, well, I guess 48 hours, because we don't do the Audio Blitz on Tuesdays, what with the interview we had yesterday with Rajah Caruth, which I, by the way, found incredible, entertaining.
Oh, the video game stuff was fascinating.
Yeah.
How NASCAR has changed. And a gradual change without an outcry, there shouldn't be. I mean, they've embraced technology, and through that, they're finding their next set of drivers.
If you missed it, Rajah Caruth, we were asking him, how'd you get into NASCAR? And first off, he decided to personally attack me by saying, well, I was a young kid and I watched the Cars movie, a movie that came 3 years after I graduated high school. He's like, yeah, when I was like 4 years old, I watched Cars. And I'm like, yeah, all right, dude, whatever. Anyway, my knee hurts. And then he said, I kind of got into racing because of cars. And then I found about racing video games, and I got into that. And he basically got noticed by NASCAR's Drive for Diversity program and picked up and developed. And now here he is driving on the Craftsman Truck Series full time, getting to the occasional sled on the secondary circuit, and working towards a cup. And I think we will see Raj Caruth in the Cup Series one day. And refer to him as friend of the show.
I'm curious how that fandom would work when someone comes up through video games into prominence. I think a lot of fan base is built in because of cars and companies and stuff. Will they lose some fan base as more and more guys come up through the video game ranks?
I mean, listen, I think the folks who would be turned off by a NASCAR driver learning how to be a NASCAR driver because he played video games. Honestly, I think that is probably relatively exclusive only to the older NASCAR generation. And I think that generation of just by nature.
I think you're misunderstanding me. I think these other guys, they come up doing, as you talked about with him yesterday, on the smaller tracks, go-kart stuff like that. And they start building a following there and get up into this. He's taking a different path. These guys are taking a different path, and they're not doing that as much from what I understand. So you may lose fans that way.
Okay, I understand what you're saying.
I'm not talking about being negative. Yeah, well, you're just a gamer. I mean, there probably will be a little bit of that from really older people, but
I understand what you're asking. And I think that the number of drivers that applies to is minimal. Raj Caruth may be one of them. But you look at a guy like William Byron, who is a Cup Series contender who did cut his teeth on e-racing, right? But he learned e-racing, and then he started racing short tracks and legendaries and bombers and late models, et cetera. Then he started racing at local tracks because, as Raj pointed out, and I thought this to me was probably my favorite part of the answer. He said, look, like, you can learn how the car works. You can learn ins and outs and turns. You can learn about tracks. You can learn about how to drive on a simulator, but you still have to understand what the feel of the wheel is if your back end gets loose and your tires start to slide. You have still got to learn what it feels like when you press the brake and you feel yourself start to lurch forward, and how your body shift reacts with the steering wheel. I thought it was interesting. In fact, I spent about an hour and a half last night pulling some of those answers out of that interview to post them as standalone clips. And some of those are going to go up after the show today. So if you missed that interview, it's pretty good stuff. And I'll play those for you. And in fact, you know what? I think I may actually have, nope, they're on my other computer. So I'll upload those later. Maybe we'll run them back tomorrow. Anyway, let's get into some of the commentary from the last 24 hours. There was a problem I had in the Baltimore-Buffalo game. How does Derrick Henry get 16 carries in that game? It's cold, it's snowy, it's gross outside, it's a physical game. How do you get away from what got you there? That was a question Dan Patrick asked.
I said at the time, I know we have revisionist history a lot, but I wanted to see, and I've said this all year long, all I wanted to see is whatever was made Baltimore successful, they stayed with that in the postseason. I got Derrick Henry, and I'm not using Derrick Henry at the end of the game. I would love to have had Lamar and Derrick Henry and say, you guys pick your poison. Try to stop one of us. And they didn't do it. Derrick Henry had 16 carries. I thought in this kind of game, against that defense, at least 20, 25 carries. I don't know what the downside is with that. This guy ran for 1,900 yards. So it's not like you go, hey, you know what? We're thinking about doing something different. This is what you did. He averaged 5.5 yards per carry. Don't get out of your comfort zone. Do what you do well. I mean, Buffalo's defense is not formidable. It's a bend, don't break defense. I thought that they would just go, here we go. Derrick's getting the ball, try to stop him. Or you have Lamar as well. Look, you get in these moments and it's one play or two plays, and that's your season here.
Yeah. How many times have you heard me say it? Dance with the girl that brought you. Whoever got you there, dance with the girl that brought you. Because once you start looking around the room and trying to find a new dance partner, do you know what happens when you walk up to somebody fresh, new, exciting, and you ask them to dance when they saw you come in with somebody else? They say no. And now you got no dance partners, and you go home alone, like the Baltimore Ravens are doing. But it wasn't the only problem the Ravens had. They also turned the ball over, like a few times, and Lamar was heated.
And like I've been saying all season, every time we're in situations like this, turnovers play a factor. Penalties play a factor. Tonight, it's a turnover. You can't have that, and that's why we lost the game, because as you can see, we're moving the ball wonderfully. It's hold on to the ball. I'm sorry for my language. It's annoying. I'm tired of it.
I like that he's like, sorry about my language. Beep, beep, beep. Right there at it. That's fantastic. I love it.
And he was talking about himself because he dropped it a couple times. Yeah.
He did, without a doubt. Now, I've made this clear, I really like Lamar Jackson. I'm kind of to the point after this loss because, yeah, he did turn the ball over a couple of times. And I know it was cold, and I know it was a little slippery. I get it. Tough game environment out there. But Josh Allen was out there too, and you slugged it out and went toe-to-toe, and you came up short. I'm to the point now where I am afraid, as somebody who does not believe he belongs in this category, though I don't really have a lot of evidence to fight it, I'm afraid Lamar Jackson's kind of entering into that territory of like, maybe he's really good, but there's no clutch gene. Maybe the folks who said he doesn't have the clutch gene are right. That being said, I do really like Lamar Jackson, and it's because of stuff like this. He was asked after the game, what was that interaction with Josh Allen?
The exchange between you and Josh after the game. Can you share with us what that exchange was?
Exchange with Josh?
When Josh came.
Oh, Josh Allen. Oh, yeah, man, just, we competing. We competing. Don't get me wrong, but hats off to him. Hats off to me. That's what he said to me. great players, recognize greatness. And we both recognize each other, But I told him, man, go get something, go win something, man, MVP, Super Bowl, do something. I want him to be successful,
I love that. Bro hyping bro. I'm here for it. Go win something. Go win the MVP. Go win the Super Bowl. Go win something. I want you to be great. That's fantastic. That was nice and comfortable and pleasant after that game. You know what wasn't nice and comfortable and pleasant? The Texans locker room after the loss to the Chiefs. Here's Joe Mixon.
Everybody know how it is playing up here. You can never leave it into the refs' hands. But I mean, the whole world see, man, like what it is, bro. But it is what it is. Like I said, when it comes down to it, you can never leave it into the refs' hands, man, and things like that. But it's all good, though.
I love that he says you can't leave it in the ref's hands like 3 times when he is absolutely sitting there saying those jackasses cost us. I still don't think they win the game.
Never leave it into the ref's hands. Dude, you just lost. Just stop it. And,
yeah, I mean.
And all you people playing into this narrative, you're going to get what you want. You're going to get Buffalo in the Super Bowl. I hope you're happy. Good for you.
Couldn't just be that.
The NFL does not want a team to win 3 championships in a row. They do not. They wouldn't let New England do it. They wouldn't let Pittsburgh do it.
Wait. You understand you are accusing the NFL of rigging the system right now.
Yep, sure am. Because that's what you and all the people who say that Kansas City gets these calls. Is it just because it's Kansas City, or does the NFL have something to do with it? The NFL would be the ultimate boss. The NFL is telling them to do it. It's not. And by the way, Kansas City has nothing to do with it. Do you think the Chiefs are paying off the refs? Do you think Andy Reid is taking them out for burgers afterwards? No, it's the NFL. So if you're saying they get special treatment, what you're saying is the NFL favors the Chiefs over everybody else. But thanks to Rob and all members of the sports media, this week they're going to make sure that the referees are in favor of Buffalo and not Kansas City, and you're going to finally get Buffalo into the Super Bowl, which is what you guys want, and then they're going to lose in the Super Bowl to either Washington or Philadelphia.
No to all of that. Just no to all of that. What I have said, will say, continue to say, have said, we'll circle back around to, and we'll come to again down the line is superstars get calls. They always have. That's sports. Jordan got calls. Brady got calls. Hell, there were games I think Drew Brees got calls. Superstars get calls. There is no doubt about it. What I am saying is, and listen, I said this yesterday. One of the guys I was downtown with is another Chiefs fan. How do I have so many Chiefs fans in my life? Is another Chiefs fan. And I asked him, I was
not
like,
apologizing for being winners, me or that guy.
I asked him, I said, do you think Mahomes get calls? And he said, I think Mahomes is treated like every other superstar. And I think Mahomes has figured out how to play into that, which is exactly what I said yesterday. I think Mahomes, it is not that Kansas City is getting all of these extra calls. Like let me be clear. I don't think they are making up calls to benefit Kansas City. What I think is when Mahomes.
Troy Aikman thinks so.
No, he does. I'll
He
tell you
does.
what.
He absolutely does.
Here's what I think Aikman thinks, and I'll tell you what I definitively think, and won't speak for Troy Aikman. What I definitively think is Patrick Mahomes, aside from being a wonderful quarterback, is a master gamesman. He has figured out that if he slows up at the very end of a play, he can get calls, right? That slide wasn't a slide. It was a fall down on his butt. That's what it was. And again, brilliant move. Got him 15 yards for nothing. It was a fall down on his butt. The push out of bounds, that was unnecessary roughness. Mahomes was in bounds when he got pushed, but he knows to sprint to the sideline and then pull up one step early and take that shot. Why? Because the defender is going to angle as if you're going out of bounds and sprint in behind you. But if you stop and get in his way and he shoves you, that's for me. I think he's a master gamesman. I don't have a problem with it. The only problem I have with it, and I'm telling you this is coming, and I said this to him, I said it to you yesterday, I'll say it again today. The only problem with it is Patrick Mahomes is going to get blasted into another dimension at some point.
But it's good to know that finally you're in lockstep with your boy Stephen A. Smith and all those guys. You guys hand in hand, arm in arm, walking down the road, waiting for Buffalo to beat Kansas City. And good for you. Unity it's a wonderful thing.
I mean, sure, that's what it is. I get me and Stephen A.
And
Smith.
Cam and all those guys. You guys are, I mean, I don't know where you are. I don't know who's on your right arm and who's on your left arm. I'm going to go Mad Dog on your right and Stephen A. on your left. And you're just right in the middle with a big old smile on your face, going down with Kansas City, up with Buffalo.
The grand trio of good time boys, Rob Brown, Stephen A. Smith, and Mad Dog. Those are my boys. Those are my guys.
I'm pretty sure they're shorter, so you probably have to reach down.
And Ryan Clark.
The first thing, you have to start to understand the position these defensive players are in. Patrick Mahomes in that moment is running side to side. He's basically playing with the defenders. And then when they close on him, he falls straight to the ground. Right. This wasn't a situation of sliding and giving yourself up. These players were trying to tackle Patrick Mahomes as he danced around versus their defense. And when you have a call like this in this situation that gives the Kansas City Chiefs a new set of downs, that's an issue. Yeah. Think back early on in the game to the Will Anderson Jr. roughing the passer as well, where he makes clear connection with the shoulder pad of Patrick Mahomes. And listen, the Chiefs fans, the people watching, we're not making an excuse or saying this is the reason that they won.
But you got to acknowledge the calls.
Exactly. And versus the team that you have to be virtually perfect against, them being helped by some bad or questionable calls really hurts a team like the Houston Texans.
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
So,
see, all these guys, the crusade on the internet has been going on for a couple of years now. Troy Aikman opens his mouth and does it, and then everyone's, let's do this. Everyone. So everyone is doing this in sports media. You look, everyone is doing this. I mean, a bunch of followers. You guys are. It's ridiculous. I hope you're happy when Buffalo gets in the Super Bowl. I hope you can raise your head high, smooch each other, do whatever you do.
That's what we do. That is what we do. We all smooch each other.
I mean, all those
videos,
all those videos of Patrick Mahomes smooching the refs. I hope you're excited. You're finally going to succeed at what you've been trying to do. You're going to get Buffalo in there, and they're going to lose again. They're going to be a team who lost 5 times in the Super Bowl.
Here, so we have 2 things. Number one, the list of good time boys that are all going to get together and smooch each other when Buffalo wins is now Rob Brown, Mad Dog Caruso, Stephen A. Smith, Ryan Clark, Cam Newton, Dan Patrick, Scott Van Pelt, Troy Aikman, Joe Buck. It couldn't possibly be that maybe it's obvious to everybody and maybe not just a grand conspiracy. Maybe that's just what everybody else sees.
And it couldn't possibly be that it actually is a grand conspiracy, because you would not acknowledge it if it was, especially you being on that side, being with the conspiracy. If you were on my side, your crusade would be amazing, because you would be going after these guys like you normally do with your boy Stephen A., where you won't even mention his name, and you hate the sound of Mad Dog's voice.
Yep.
But you're in lockstep with these guys.
But doesn't that make it look like? Doesn't that at least ring a bell that maybe this is genuine, that all these people
I'm
who
surprised
all
you're not
talk a
telling
bunch
me
of
to
crap
conform
each
like that
No.
guy who didn't vote for Ichiro. I'm surprised you're not.
Yeah, that
Come
guy
on.
sucks.
Come on, Lonzo.
I
You
hope
got to go.
that-
Everybody else is saying this, so you've got to go with everybody else.
I hope that guy stubs his toe every 3 nights for the rest of his life.
How do you
right
know it's a
before he goes to
guy?
bed.
Are all those writers guys?
No,
or any of
not
them?
at all. But that's
Yeah,
100%
I mean-
a contrarian D-bag move.
But it could
That's
be
a dude.
It could be a girl.
That's a dude. No, that's 100% a dude.
I
If
hope
you
it's a
have
girl.
an issue,
So you have to recant.
if you have an issue that puts me in the same camp as Mad Dog and Stephen A. Smith, and then you add Ryan Clark, Cam Newton, Dan Patrick, Scott Van Pelt, Troy Aikman, Joe Buck, who else? I know there's at least a couple more I don't even have on this list.
Well, just
And we
almost the entirety of sports media.
And we all go, this is kind of an issue. And the only people who don't think it's an issue are the people who benefit from it. Yeah.
It's not about the issue. It's about the fact that you guys all decided this week to do it.
Yes, because
like
you
collectively, you got that memo or
group text.
That secret, your
text.
Your decoder ring blinked 3 times or something. I don't know what it is.
Aikman put us all in a group text on Sunday. He's like, hey, Caruso, Smith, Clark, Newton, Patrick, Van Pelt, Aikman, Buck, and Brown. Here's our messaging this week. Couldn't possibly be that. Maybe we just all saw it. Maybe we just all went, that's a problem.
Yeah,
it's the group. Yes!
Did you see it last year? Did you see it the year before? Did you see it the year before that? Yes, because if you saw it this year, you saw it all those years, but you only decided to go at it because
in the third consecutive year that it happens.
Well, no, didn't have you weren't complaining about it last year.
No, yeah, they were.
You have never complained about it until now when all these guys complained about it. You've let it go. We can go back through the archives of the history of this program.
Yes,
you
please
didn't
do that.
start doing it until now when they did.
It's the loudest Lonzo's been in years. Back after this, the Rob Brown Show, the Fan Upstate.
Do you mean terrible, Stephen? That's a treble law firm.
Not us. We run a bass law firm.
As opposed to a bass or mid-range. Nobody wants the mid-range law firm.
Chilly sunshine.
Yeah, it just was.
Is the sunshine chilly or is it just chilly but sunny?
So chili with butter in it. I don't know.
Chili with butter in it.
What in food would look like sunshine? I don't know. Butter's yellow.
Melted butter. I just wouldn't put it in chili.
You would if you put it on your cornbread and you put your cornbread in chili.
I don't eat cornbread.
It's the world against me. I feel bad for the world. Oh, that's a good point. Yellow bell peppers and chili. That's the sunshine and chili. Okay, Aikman got the memo. Sports media is a secret society. Trust me, I know. It's like skull and crossbones, except it's hockey sticks. Here's what I hope. This would be the funnest thing in the world to me and others, that the Chiefs and Buffalo game goes into overtime and the Chiefs win on a controversial call. I just think that would be amazing because some people might just retire. Not talking about Rob. He's not going to retire. He's only been doing this for like a couple weeks. not being in sports, but being on the side of Stephen A. and those guys. I'm surprised that he doesn't feel dirty. I'm not going to admit to anything because I'm not coming onto your guys' side. I am that one voter. I am not going to comply. Rob Brown needs to go home and take 3 showers because he's on the side of the guys who he just won't even say their names. He's got to feel dirty. Gotta feel, I mean, like grimy. You know, like if you accidentally fall into the sewer or the dumpster or something. This is me as the bad guy. You want me the other way? I will be in like a month. I'll just go back to normal me. Or maybe probably next week because after you guys get what you want in Buffalo is in the Super Bowl.
All right, I got a few more sound bites I want to get to that we did not get there to. Get there too.
Hey, I'm done. We're good. You go back to doing your thing. I'm gonna sit back and drink my Dr. Pepper.
I saw yesterday a clip of Tom Hanks explaining how he got to the Forrest Gump voice. So apparently the kid who played Kid Forrest Gump in that movie, when he showed up, he was from Southern Mississippi, and he really did talk like that. And so the director of that movie went to Tom Hanks and was like, hey, you need to go, like, you need to find that voice. You need to go talk to this kid, and you need to coach him to speak the way that you want adult Forrest Gump to talk. And he said, I went to go sit down with this kid to kind of like talk it out with him, and he started talking like that. And when he had a hard G on the end of the word, like singing, he would emphasize the end of that wording. He goes, and I went, nope, that's the voice. That's just what that kid talked like. I don't know why I found that so fascinating, but I did. You know what else I found fascinating? The way that the mayor of Philadelphia did the EAGLES Eagles chant at the Philly pep rally after the win.
Let me hear you all say, ELGLES Eagles! Let's go!
EGLSES Eggleses.
She needs to go to a few Clemson games and let them teach her how to spell. I mean, because they spell every time. So
let me hear you all say ELGLES
Eagles. Elglis.
First of all, I don't know if you forgot about somebody.
Oh no, he's next segment.
Okay.
He's coming in
also, if you listen to that again, my dude in the background's right with her. He says L too.
Like I almost did have this thought of like, is this like a running gag? Did I miss a meme on the internet somewhere?
It isn't like he said G, he said L also.
Yeah.
At the same time she did.
I kind of wanted like, okay, is this a meme?
Did they have a teleprompter?
Dude, it'd be the funniest thing.
They had a teleprompter.
Is there a meme that I missed? Did somebody botch it? And even if there was, do you think someone qualified to be the mayor of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, one of America's most iconic and historic cities? Do you think that someone who can't spell Eagles is the type of person you want running a whole ass city like Philly? I can't say yes. Let's get to this one for 2 reasons. there was a report up this week in the Justin Fields v. Russell Wilson debate. I want to go back and point out, I've said since the day he got there, Russell Wilson to start this year, Justin Fields to start next year. And the Steelers, according to Sportskeeda, are working towards their next decision.
Wow. This NFL analyst reports that the Steelers want Justin Fields back for next season, but there's a catch. Now, the Pittsburgh Steelers are reportedly eyeing a new contract for quarterback Justin Fields before he hits free agency in March. According to Sports Illustrated's Albert Breer, Fields, who started 6 games and played in 4 more as Russell Wilson's backup in 2024, impressed enough for the team to explore re-signing him. But here's the catch, as reported by Breer himself. There was frustration with Wilson down the stretch, so I'm not sure how far the Steelers will be willing to go to keep him. Meanwhile, the team would love to keep working with Fields, but it might not be as a starter. I'd heard before the playoff game Saturday that the playoffs would likely help set the course.
Why'd I play that clip, Lonzo?
Because that was AI.
Yes, it was.
I mean, that was big time AI.
Yes, it was.
To the point I was like, stop.
I played that clip.
I heard.
Because I found that clip and I was really interested in the content. I'm really interested to see how the Steelers decide to navigate these waters. My suspicion is Wilson is gone. Fields is the starter next year. But Albert Breer has said the Steelers are talking to Justin Fields about bringing him back, but potentially once again in a backup role for one more year of development. And I got about 15 seconds of that clip, and then all I heard was the AI voice reading every word with a small break in between them. And I couldn't dial in on the info.
There's better AI out there.
Oh,
so that's,
sure.
I mean, I hear better AI in video game mods all the time.
Just good enough to throw me off. Like just good enough to throw me off. Like just good enough that you like dial in and you're like, okay, this is really interesting. And then it catches your brain, takes you into the uncanny valley, and you get lost in it just a little bit.
The uncanny valley.
Yeah.
That was very, okay. All right. That's profound.
The uncanny valley is the phenomenon that you experience mentally when you see something that you know, like it looks real or it sounds real, but there's just something off about it enough that you go, this isn't real, right? This isn't real.
You mean like you siding with Stephen A. Smith?
Right, exactly. That is exactly correct, without a doubt. All right, last one I want to play for you, and then we'll circle back around to this later. There was a conversation that took place between Sam Acho and Joel Klatt. Acho said, hey, Ohio State's special because they just showed that you still got to be able to develop homegrown talent in order to win college football national championships. And Joel Klatt fired back.
This team wasn't built on transfers and also some homegrown talent. It was the exact opposite. This team was built on homegrown talent. This team was the culture of the Buckeyes. They had well over double-digit players playing in their 50th, 54th, 55th game as Buckeyes, not transfers, as Buckeyes. Denzel Burke, the corner number 10, was starting his 31st game as a Buckeye. They invested in the culture that was already in the locker room. And then they sprinkled in a couple of high-impact quality transfers that were able to come alongside that culture. I think now the blueprint in college football is actually very clear. We've had back-to-back national champions, Michigan and Ohio State. And what is the one commonality between the two rather than just they hate each other? They built from within. Think about those old veteran players for Michigan that they invested in. Blake Corum coming back. Zinter before he got hurt coming back. Mikey Sainristil coming back. All these guys that had NFL opportunities, and it was the exact same blueprint that Ohio State used to get all of these guys back. Think about it. You got Jordan Hancock. You got Lathan Ransom. You got JT Tuimoloau. You got Jack Sawyer. You got Travion Henderson. You got Emeka Ibuka. The list goes on and on and on. That's the culture of Ohio State. It was not transferred. Speaking of,
so I find that real interesting because here's kind of where it drives me. Where it drives me is that there's still going to have to be a healthy mix of developing talent, recruiting talent, keeping talent in the system while building depth with that, while bringing in superstars in the portal, right? I want to build depth. This is, I think, where I stand right now. And this could change and evolve as time moves forward. But where I stand right now is I think I have to develop depth, homegrown, recruit kids who want to come here, want to be here, want to be a part of the program I'm building, and then go find the superstars in the portal, the Will Howards in the portal that are going to take me to that next level. I think Ohio State, and again, I asked Denton Day this back in the last hour of the show. Do you think that teams will, now that Ohio State has just won the inaugural expanded college football playoff, do you feel like teams will try to model themselves after the Buckeyes moving forward? And Denton Day's answer was, I don't really think much changes because I think most, not all, most teams are already doing what the Buckeyes have done. You do have, on one extreme ring, the Florida States who went 13-0 and won an ACC title, got left out of the playoffs. But like everybody was a transfer portal player. And then on the other extreme, you have the Dabos of the world who we've had the portal for 4 years, and he has had a total of 3 guys come in, all of them off season.
This flies against the narrative that that Ohio State spent so much money, $20 million in NIL to get players there. This goes against which they did for a select number of players, not for all those, not to build the entire team.
I mean, no, you still spent $20 million in NIL.
The narrative is that that's why they won.
Right. I don't agree. And so that we're clear, I don't agree with that narrative.
Is that what Acho said? Because you played the clip, but you didn't exactly say what Acho said.
Acho was effectively saying the other way around. Everything was built via the portal, right. And that's yes. He was saying everything was built by the portal, and Joel Klatt was arguing, no, the depth, the heart of this team was built locally, but then they brought in the big swingers.
So that thing that the sports media, your boys, were all talking about.
All my guys. But Natty's on that group text with me, Aikman, Stephen A. Smith, Matt Caruso,
all those guys that were talking about Ohio State only won the national championship because all the money they spent in NIL, which, by the way, but that's not the reason.
I mean, again, I don't think that it is. But I also think had Texas won, that would be the narrative.
Especially
had Notre Dame won,
Texas spent the most money on NIL.
Had Texas won, that'd be the narrative. Had Notre Dame won, that'd be the narrative. Had Penn State won, that's just the narrative of the dogs on top. That's just whoever won, you just happen to be the team that brought home hardware crystal number 1. All right, let's take a break. When we come back here in a minute at 8:40 on Wednesdays, we talk hockey. Mark Bonetti, the voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, is going to join us to set you up because it is a big weekend for the Bits, both on the ice, desperately needing to find some points to climb back up in the Southern Division, and in the rink, in the well itself. Huge weekend coming up. We'll talk about it with Mark Bonetti of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits next on the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, going to step away for 45 seconds to get Mark set up. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. That is not the button I wanted to push. This is... Mark Bonetti.
What's up?
How you feeling, brother?
You know, I'm feeling like there's some words to be said about our favorite sport here.
Let's talk some hacky.
Yeah. Talk some hockey there, boys.
Talk some hockey. Hey, I'll ask you. You're in the broadcast world. When you are out and about in your regular day life and you come across somebody that has like a very distinct laugh or a very distinct accent, do you find yourself subconsciously picking up on that a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I just like voices and impersonations to begin with by default. So I always try to every now and then mimic things that I hear. So accents are a big one. You know, we were joking the other day, John Gruden, John Madden and whatnot, like stuff like that. Kind of pick up on it.
I got put on blast the other day for picking up on somebody's. I don't remember what we're talking about, but I started doing like a classic North Midwestern hockey guy accent. And then it ended up sticking with me for like a segment unintentionally, right? And I started getting beat up for it. And I was like, I am fascinated by the way that people talk, the words they use, the way they say those words, the emphasis they put on words, the accents that they have, whatever. And it just like naturally, subconsciously implants on me to the point that I will sometimes start to emulate it without even knowing I'm doing it.
Yeah, I feel that. I mean, it's especially more contagious in the Midwest.
Can you give Lonzo like 3 seconds of your John Gruden real quick?
I'll tell you what here, man. People can tell you're too small to play the quarterback position. What do you tell those people?
I told you, it's so good.
Pretty good. One spider or two white banana, man.
The Hot Rob Brown Show rolls on right here on the Fan Upstate. Rob Brown, the great one, Lonzo. And now, joining us via the wonders of the internet, live and in living color on our live stream, which you can watch at facebook.com/thefanupstate, the Fan Upstate on YouTube, the Rob Brown Show on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. He is the voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, or we call them around these parts, the mouth of the squad. My guy, Mark Bonetti, joining us here on the show. What's up, fella?
It's a big Wednesday as we get ready for a heck of a weekend back from the All-Star break and all the fun things that come with it.
We have got a big weekend coming up at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena, and we're going to tell you coming up here in just a few minutes from now, because Friday night's going to be a banger, and we're breaking out an old rivalry, Mark Bonetti. Saturday night is one of the most electric nights in the Swamp Rabbit season year after year, and we'll let the people know about that here in just a minute. But before we get there, let's talk about the hacky. We had Kyle Mountain on last week. I asked him. I'll ask you the same question. This Swamp Rabbit team has been streaky. They'll go get 2, 3, 4 wins in a row. They'll back it up with 2, 3, 4 losses in a row. I know that there are a ton of variables in this level of professional hockey. You got guys getting called up to Ontario. You got trades that are happening. Your guys getting guys called up to make their debut from lower levels. You are constantly having to change lines, build chemistry within that squad. What is it going to take for this team to find a little bit of consistency on the plus side?
I think a lot of it comes down to in the conversations that I have with Coach Mountain, whether it's pregame, whether it's just in normal conversation or whatnot, it's finding a mental consistency. Finding a composure that lasts the entirety of a 60-minute game and then carries over to the next one and the next one and the next one. And so the prime example of that, to your point, is the team won 5 in a row in November, and you're feeling high and mighty and you're feeling great. And then all of a sudden, the South Carolina Stingrays kind of knock you back a notch with a 5-2 win for them. Then you go into Jacksonville, they smack you around a bit, and it's then that high turned into a low, and it stayed low. And there was no mental fortitude or composure to get back to, the even keel. Everybody uses the cliche, don't get too high, don't get too low, find that even keel. Don't ride the wave too hard in either direction. And so talking with Coach Mountain pregame before the game against South Carolina, he said, I want my team to get in the mindset of, okay, great, we won a hockey game. Tomorrow's a new job. Let's just do it again. or, dang, we lost a hockey game. Okay, tomorrow's a new job. Let's get back on the horse. And so finding that composure, that mental fortitude, that mental focus, I think goes a long way. And it's, Yogi Berra said of baseball, it's 90% mental and the other half is physical. And, he's onto something there with that. It's a lot of times it's between your ears. And it's not to say that our team isn't mentally strong. It's we're young and guys are still figuring out how to be professionals. And by this time in the year, there's no such thing as a rookie. So now you've got 36 games down, 36 games to go. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, and I think that's the interesting thing. And I think that's probably, at least to me, on the outside looking in, the biggest challenge that Kyle Mountain faces is you are not just taking, when you get up to AHL, to NHL level, you got guys who know how to play the game and you can develop them within the system. But at the end of the day, these guys are really good hockey players. And that's not to say the boys in the Rabbits dressing room aren't good hockey players, but a lot of them are very young and learning the game. But you also have to develop them emotionally, develop them mentally, develop them both as individual players and build up their confidence and do so within the role you need them to play in this Rabbit organization, especially for guys that maybe come from other places where if they were in a lower level, maybe they were a frontline starter who's being asked to play on the third line now, or somebody who went up to Ontario, rode Pine for a couple of weeks as a reserve, and now you come back and you go, hey, we need you to reinvigorate yourself a little bit. To be able to find that balance in development, both physically and emotionally, has got to be one of the biggest challenges for somebody in the position of Kyle Mountain.
Yeah, and quite honestly, Rob, in all of sports, and you've been covering sports a long time, Lons, you've been in this too. I've been in hockey at least 12 years. I mean, that's you're always going to find that challenge no matter what, where it's how do you solve the Rubik's Cube of a human brain and then tie it into the athletic prowess of trying to win every night and execute at a high level consistently. So, that's a challenge for anybody, but certainly, coming in as a first year at this level, head coach, and then first year players as well too. And here's the other thing too. You get guys from a variety of backgrounds. You get guys from major, junior who are used to playing 72 games a year. So maybe their transition to the pro game's a little bit easier. You get guys playing college who at maximum, if they make it all the way to the Frozen Four and win a national championship, are playing 40 games a year. So now there's a conditioning side to it. You have to condition your body to play way more hockey. And so there's a number of challenges that go into that. But ultimately, you look at this team and the makeup is there because when they do put it together, when their mental fortitude, when their composure are there, they're a really tough team to play against. And they're a team that can consistently attack and consistently score. So, I mean, I look to just statistically right now, they scored on the power play 4 out of the last 5 games. When they score 5 goals, they're borderline undefeated. There's only one game that they've lost this year, and it was in overtime on December 27th against Atlanta, and it was a feverish comeback with a 3-goal third period. They've scored 3 goals in a period at least 8 or 9 times this year already. So it's a team that when it clicks, when the mentality's there, when the physical nature and the execution's there, watch out. And this last 36 games, I think we're going to find that, especially with the addition of Casey Dornbach, who was acquired in a trade earlier this weekend.
We are talking with Mark Benetti, voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. This weekend, kind of an interesting one. The Reading Royals come down. Haven't seen this team in 8 years, and I think it's an opportunity, Mark Benetti, and obviously we're both going to be guilty of trying to wrap a silver lining around some of the different spots. That's what you do. But this is a team unlike South Carolina, unlike Jacksonville, unlike Florida, that you haven't seen multiple times this year, and it's an opportunity, I think, to say, hey, let's go out and play Swamp Rabbit High. Let's play the hockey that the way we know. We can't lean on familiarity. We can't lean on we know this is going to happen when 17's got the puck. This is a group of guys that, we got tape, but this is a brand new ball game. I think it's really a good opportunity for the Rabbits, especially to be able to do it at home, on home ice, in front of a good crowd on Saturday night to kind of reestablish themselves a little bit heading into the back half of the season.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And that breeds a challenge, but it also breeds an exciting showcase for the weekend. Reading comes in, they're 4 games under 500. They're a game over 500 in their last 10, but they're on a 5-game point streak. They're 4 wins and 1 shootout loss in their last 5 games coming into this All-Star break. So, they're heating up a little bit. They have 1 point more than we do in the standings, but they also play in a division that's pretty top heavy. The top 3 teams in the North have a 9-point gap on 4 and 5. and Reading sits in 5th right now in the North. So you're talking about a completely different brand of hockey. Now, that advantage also works for the Swamp Rabbits too, because I'll contend any day of the week that we play in the absolute toughest division in the entire ECHL. To put that in perspective, Rob, the Swamp Rabbits right now are 13 points out of the last playoff spot. In 2 of the other 3 divisions, they're either 3 or 4 points out of the last playoff spot. So let's think about that for a second. This team's 2 games under 500. And if they played in the North or if they played in the Central, they're literally right there. Now, it's not to say that they're not there in the South, because the Swamp Rabbits have a ton of games in hand. Orlando sits in that last spot. They have 7 games in hand on the Solar Bears. So there is time to make this up. There is still a time for a second half push, but that challenge also works against Reading too. They haven't seen a team come out of the gauntlet of a division where you aren't playing South Carolina a dozen times a year. You're playing Florida 9 times, Orlando 9 times, Jacksonville 13. So I'm very excited for what this is going to look like. This is a Swamp Rabbits team that needed the All-Star break to recover. We're a little banged up. We still had some illness passed around. We got the brand new Casey Dornbach coming in, who's capable of 50, 60 points a year in this league. Did it 2 years ago with Iowa. So very excited to see what this weekend brings on the hockey front.
Looking at the way that the division is stacked up right now, and obviously different teams have played a different number of games. We've got Orlando, who's played 43 games. We've only played 46. So it's kind of interesting to look at the point standings and keep in mind that some of these teams have 8-9 games worth of play separating them. But Greenville currently, as it stands, 3rd from the bottom of the table, but just about everybody ahead of them has 4, 5, 6 games up. So this is a spot that I've talked to a couple of fans and said, hey, listen, you got to relax. We are halfway through the season. I understand you want to be in a good spot, but even though we are kind of back where we want to be points wise, if you take let's say a third, a half of the games that we haven't played between here and there and add 1-3 points on for wins and overtime wins there, this team's right there it's still going to be a lot of work left to do, but still in a position of contention.
So I use this memory a lot because it's one of my fondest ones, also because it was so early in my career. But my second year with the Rapid City Rush, this was the 14-15 season. We had just joined the ECHL, which is a story for beers and another time. But the Rush at the All-Star break, at the halfway point of the season through 36 games, were dead last in the entire ECHL. Made a couple of moves, just like Coach Mountain's doing right now. Again, I keep harping on Casey Dornbach and, the likes of a Chandler Romeo now on the back end, who's really got himself acclimated to the defensive side. The Rush made a couple of moves right at that moment, had an SPHL call-up that turned into one of the top rookie scorers the last half of the year. The team went 23-8-5 in the last 36 games, made the playoffs, got home ice advantage, and went to round 2 and lost to Allen, who eventually won the whole thing against the South Carolina Stingrays that year. So I've seen it happen firsthand where people are so quick to hit panic buttons and whatnot. But even then, Rob, you also see it happen in the NHL all the time. Think back 6 years ago, 2019, the St. Louis Blues are out of it in December. People are ready to write their obituary on the season, and they won the whole Stanley Cup. They got Craig Berube came in as the interim head coach, and they just caught lightning in a bottle. And, this Swamp Rabbits team is capable of doing that. We've seen them win. We've seen them challenge top-end competition. Let's all slow down here a bit. Coach Mountain and Coach Dowda know what they're doing. They're bringing in high-end talent now, and I'm excited to see how they handle the challenge of the second half of the year. I'm not saying they don't have to have urgency on it. Of course they do. You look at the standings, we are in 7th. But, let's all take a breath here and realize there's a lot of time to make this up, games in hand to make this up, and all it takes is one win to start off a run.
And we'll see if they get it against the Reading Royals this weekend. Before we let you go, Mark Benetti, want to get into Saturday. It is one of my favorite nights of the year at the Bon Secours Wellness Arena because it's NASCAR night at the well. Dig these numbers. Between the 22 drivers that are going to be in attendance at the game, there are 9 NASCAR Cup Series championships, 375 combined wins, 8 Rookies of the Year, 1,254 top 5 finishes amongst the top NASCAR series, and 2,079 top 10 finishes amongst NASCAR's top racing series. If you're a racing fan or a hockey fan, Saturday night, if you're not there, you will regret it.
Absolutely. 9 championships across 3 different series, the Cup Series, the Xfinity Series, the Truck Series. It's It's absolutely incredible. This is the most star-studded night we've had. And, to think, Rob, I've looked back on past press releases and past promo schedules. When this first started as racing night 4 years ago, this is what this organization and this staff led by Tim Vieira, our president, built up towards. That it was, okay, we set a foundation year 1. Now let's make it better in year 2, make it better in year 3. And to get the likes of a 3-time and defending Cup Series champion and Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, who's the all-time leader in wins amongst active drivers in the Cup Series. He's got over 100 in Xfinity, over 100 in the trucks. Bubba Wallace, the likes of, Chase Briscoe, the Spire drivers, Justin Haley, Carson Hocevar, the reigning rookie of the year, Michael McDowell, who's joined Spire, Raja Karut, the most popular driver, as voted on by the National Motorsports Press Association in the Truck Series last year. People that, really carry a lot of weight in this industry and a lot of weight in the sport. It's absolutely incredible. And this is your opportunity. You get a chance to meet these guys. If you get the Fast Pass in particular, you get 30 minutes advanced time to get in line, get these autographs, meet these guys, and just to add to how special the experience is. 22 drivers. We've got 4 crew chiefs as well, led by Luke Lambert of the number 77 Spire Chevrolet, Travis Peterson, the number 71 Chevrolet for Michael McDowell as well, coming on in to talk. Brian Patty, Chad Walter from Spire's Truck Series program too. So many great dignitaries having an absolute blast of a night where hockey and motorsports really get celebrated. And, how much this means to our community, how much it means to these drivers coming in just to have a night to celebrate their sport, celebrate their teammates. It's absolutely incredible. So I'm really excited for it.
I, as a fan who absolutely puts on blast his love of hockey and NASCAR, because I am a walking conundrum, it is my favorite night of the year. And obviously with the Carolinas not just having to me, the footprint of NASCAR are the Carolinas. And also hockey's growing as rapidly as any other sport in the upstate and around it. Like, what an incredible night. And on top of that, I fully intend to aggravate as many people as possible Saturday because I'm a Kyle Busch fan. Come at me, dog. Let's get rowdy. I'm here for it.
Hey, his numbers speak for themselves, man. It's absolutely incredible, the career he's put together and everything. And, the synergy, too, that he has with Spire. He won 2 truck races with Spire last year. Driving the number 7 Silverado. So a lot of people don't know that there is a little bit of a relationship there.
It is going to be fantastic. I just want to hear how many boos Joey Logano catches when he gets introduced, because it's NASCAR fans. It's what the hell we do. Mark Bonetti is the voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits. The Bits at home Friday night and then Saturday for NASCAR night against the Reading Royals. First time in 8 years they have laced it up against this team. Mark Bonetti, you icon of stage and screen. Appreciate you, big dog.
Thanks for the tire pump as always, but more importantly, thanks for having me on.
Anytime, every time. Mark Bonetti, voice of the Greenville Swamp Rabbits, the Bits, again at home this Saturday and Friday night against the Reading Royals. You can get your tickets at swamprabbits.com/tickets or /NASCAR if you want the Saturday night gig. Lonzo is now going to win I thought I had something there. Sports Flash.
I've already won the day just by being here.
Fair.
In the great presence of Mark and Rob. The Major League Baseball Hall of Fame has announced their 2025 class, including the first ever Japanese-born player, Ichiro Suzuki. Ichiro. I got there. Who was one vote? I've said the name like twice now. Vote shy of joining Mariano Rivera as the only consensus Hall of Famer. Suzuki will be joined by starting pitcher CC Sabathia and closer Billy Wagner. Just missing the Hall were outfielder and former Brave Andrew Jones. The NFL head coaching wheel continues to spin, or in this case, stay put after a 14-3 season and disappointing wild card round exit. Minnesota Vikings have extended head coach Kevin O'Connell by multiple years. Tune in this evening at 5:30 as the Furman Paladins take on the VMI Keydets. It's Furman versus VMI right here on your home for Furman Paladins basketball. The Fan, upstate. I only said Ichiro wrong because he was looking at me.
With you when you hear the national conversation that the officials are in the Chiefs' pocket and that they are making calls on Mahomes or for Mahomes that they would not call for other quarterbacks? How does that sit with you when you hear that?
Well, it doesn't resonate with me at all. And because not only was I head of the department for 12 years, but I was actually on the field for a couple of years. And the fact that you're looking out for anyone, any team, any individual is a myth. It is an absolute myth. You don't have time to react and say, this is Goff. I'm not going to call this because it's Goff. This is Mahomes. I'm got to call this because it's Mahomes. This is Rice. I remember when I got hired by the NFL, my dad's first thing he said to me was, don't screw the 49ers. And I said, Dad, how am I going to screw the 49ers? He said, well, if Rice gets them, make sure it's a catch on the sideline. And I'm like, Dad, it is literally boom, boom. You don't have time. You don't have time to process. It's like 1/26th of a second. You have to see a flash and then make a determination.
Sorry, I'm listening to something I sent to Rob, but he won't play it.
The other thing is, you don't want to get fired. You just want to be right. I mean, there's the other myth, the makeup call. A makeup call. So even if I knew I was wrong with the call I made, if I make another bad one to make up for the other team, I'm done. I mean, I'm probably out of playoff contentions with 2 mistakes in one game. So it doesn't bother me because those people that say that don't know a damn thing about officiating. And until you actually put the uniform on,
Oh God, is it the referee version of you never played the game?
Judgments, and that includes people in the media who can be quick to criticize.
Yeah.
If you haven't done it, and you don't recognize how hard it is in real time and how
You don't know who that is.
it in super
It's Mike
slow
Pereira.
motion, and get out of my train, get off my train.
All right, I want to play that clip.
I sent it to you.
Oh, did you?
I just figured you wouldn't watch it because it goes against your narrative. And because, yeah, it does.
Oh, it does.
It goes against you. It's Stephen A. Smith and your
Matt
ilk.
Caruso.
And your ilk.
The terrific trio.
All your-
me, Mad Dog and Stephen A. Smith.
All-
My God.
All your boys in your secret society.
My God.
As I said when you weren't in here, it's not skull and crossbones. It's crossed hockey sticks or baseball bats. I think it depends on where you're in. So are you playing it or am I playing it? Okay.
Is it Twitter?
I sent it to you. Yeah. I saw it and knew what he was saying before I even listened to it because he's right. Hey, Rob, look, there's no snow clouds out there today.
That's what happened. On chemtrails,
Is there?
it snowed.
I don't see it. Oh, they melted away. Okay.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen, to the final hour of the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate. I am Rob, the great Lonzo on the ones and twos, and you are welcome to be a part of the radio broadcast this AM. You can do it on the phones at 844-326-3663, 844-FANFONE. You can do it on the text line, which is the exact same number, 844-326-3663. You can shoot me an email, rob.brown@thefanupstate.com. Shoot Lonzo a tweet at Lonzo Onward. Shoot me a tweet at The Rob Brown Show because I'm a branding genius. You can also
So you could have sent me an email too, but
You can
can't,
email.
You can't spell my last name, and I'm not going to read it anyway.
if you can
so.
figure out Lonzo's last name, you can send him an email as well. All right. Final hour of the show. I have a lot of stuff that I want to get to and a lot of stuff that I want to talk about, but Lonzo found a clip during the break that I am going to play for you now, and I'm going to play for you now.
From our very own Rich Eisen show, which airs noon to 3 right here on the Fan Upstate.
It is and it does. Now, because it's a very long clip, and I don't want to get in trouble, are going to play our favorite little game on the show that we play when I have a long clip. We're going to play Hold Up. Here's how the game works. We're going to start this clip, and anytime that we have something to say, one or the other of us can say, hold up, address that commentary in real time, and then resume. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen,
I just want to see if it works.
Oh, you're gonna do a buzzer?
I'm gonna buzz you every time you're wrong.
I suspect you're all going to be very tired of the buzzer noise by the end of this segment. Mike Pereira is a former NFL official. He is also one of the many NFL officiating experts who are on television broadcast just about every NFL game at this point, which, for the record, I think is a wonderful idea, provided the rules officials are someone who are A, good, B, entertaining, C, objective.
Well, you'd have to say, or I believe you would have to say, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that he, along with Dean Blandino, are probably the two guys. When you hear his name, you're like, okay.
Yeah, I'd say that they are of the core group of officiating experts who slide into the screen 5, 6, 7 times a game and slide right back out. They're just kind of on standby. He was on, as Lonzo mentioned, the Rich Eisen show, which airs right here on the Fan Upstate. And Mike Pereira was, is heated the right word?
No, it's a matter of factly.
Okay.
As an expert in the field, whereas some people are not. He was addressing those people.
Here we go with the little game we call Hold Up.
With you when you hear the national conversation that the officials are in the Chiefs' pocket.
Hold up. The conversation, and this is one of the issues with this conversation, and I love Rich Eisen, okay? I love Rich Eisen. I have petitioned for more stations to carry Rich Eisen's show. The problem that is had with Rich Eisen in this moment is that's not the conversation. That's not the conversation at all.
It absolutely is. It is with your boys, Stephen A. and those guys. Absolutely, that's what you're talking. I can find you the clips and send it to you. It's even on the headlines of what they're talking about.
Okay, first off, headlines on the internet are crap.
No, I'm
They're
talking
booty
about on
cheeks.
their show. You know, like right there, it says, why are the Eagles passing game productivity not matching its potential? On the bottom of the TV screen on
Right.
ESPN right now.
That is
there
different.
are screens. Why are the refs in the Chiefs' pocket?
Okay. That's okay. Then let me rephrase that. Let me attack it from only the perspective of the Rob Brown show. I shan't speak.
There we go. All right.
I shan't speak for my boys.
For the rest of your secret society.
Right. I won't read you the group
Which I
text.
guess is not secret anymore since
You've outed us.
I'm a whistleblower.
Yes.
That's what I am.
The group text with me, Aikman, Buck, Cam, Stephen A, Mad Dog. I won't read those.
Forgot Ryan Clark. So I will just give you, for the rest of this conversation, the perspective of the Rob Brown show. For Rob Brown, the conversation is not, I believe that anybody's in anybody else's pocket, because the inference there is what? Bribery. Straight up payment for calls. I don't believe that's happening. I have told you what I think is happening. Patrick Mahomes gets superstar calls. It is what it is. I don't like it. I don't think it should be that way in any game of any sport, but it always has been. The conversation is that Mahomes is gaming the system to take advantage of those calls to the point of marring games. And I believe that game against the Texans was marred. The framing of the conversation, right out of the gate, I have a problem with it. All right, and that is part of the conversation. That is not the overall conversation. The overall conversation is that the Chiefs, as a team, have been getting calls for years. It's not just about the couple Patrick Mahomes plays. It's about the Chiefs overall, and that's what the narrative has been there for a couple of years, and then it has become very strong in the last 2 weeks as your secret society pushes to get Buffalo in the Super Bowl.
I think that the Chiefs, I think that Patrick Mahomes has been getting superstar calls for years, but I've never spoken out about it because So has every other marquee of the league. So is every other face of the league. I'm going to say the league. I don't mean the NFL. I mean any league. That's just the narrative.
Are we going to get past the question?
I know, right?
And that they are making calls on Mahomes or for Mahomes that they would not call for other quarterbacks. How does that sit with you when you hear that?
Well, it doesn't resonate with me at all. And because not only was I head of the department for 12 years, but I was actually on the field for a couple years. And the fact that you're looking out for anyone, any team, any individual is a myth. It is.
Hold up, Mike. There are books about it, bud. People have dived in and done the empirical research. There are literally clips, and I will take it back to because
I read
they
books
are called,
about hobbits. It doesn't mean they exist.
because they are called the Jordan rules. I can at least take you back to Michael Jordan. There was a whole controversy last year where people started to point out that some of Mike's numbers may have been inflated by certain calls going certain ways, and there was enough evidence on the table to make it a discussion. Sincere question, and I'll ask the Facebook chat because you guys are here now. I may make this our text poll question of the day tomorrow. But how many of it Lonzo, do you genuinely believe that superstars don't get calls? Do you genuinely believe superstars aren't protected? Subconsciously or consciously?
I will tell you that it would appear so, but especially in football, I think it would be very difficult to do. In basketball, I think it's easy to do because there's so many. It's because the style of the game and everything. In football, I think it'd be really hard because it's faster and so many things are happening so quick. I think it'd be harder in football. Basketball for sure. I believe it. Football, I don't so much.
I think we literally just watched it happen. Let's keep going.
It is an absolute myth. You don't have time to react and say, this is golf. I'm not going to call this because it's golf. This is Mahomes. I'm got to call this because it's Mahomes. This is Rice. I remember when I got hired by the NFL, my dad's first thing he said to me was, don't screw the 49ers. And I said, Dad, how am I going to screw the 49ers? He said, well, if Rice gets them, make sure it's a catch on the sideline. And I'm like,
okay, time out. Hold up. Sorry, forgot my own game there. If Mike Pereira can't understand the difference between calling a ball that hits the ground a catch and calling a guy getting hit inbounds as being hit out of bounds, I don't know what to say. This, to me, subjectively, this is, much as Lonzo accuses me of doing all the time, Mike protecting his boys. No, referees are, listen, it's fast game. You can't, guy, he was inbounds objectively, and I said it before the call. He was inbounds.
I do want to applaud you because other hosts wouldn't do this, and you're willing to do this, and it totally destroys your entire stance on this so far and continuing on with the audio. It's just going to destroy everything you've been saying about it, but you're willing to do it. Other hosts would not do that, and I applaud you for that.
Dad, it is literally boom, boom. You don't have time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have time to process. It's like 1/26th of a second. You have to see a flash and then make a determination.
Okay, hold up. Well then, Mike, are you saying it's impossible to do? Because if you're saying that it's possible to get it right, then I expect you to get it right. And if you're saying it's impossible to get right, then why are you there? You were there back in the day because we didn't have any other option. But we have all kinds of options now. We have cameras that film at a literal 1,000,000 frames per second. We could have robo-umps on the field today that would allow us to get as close to objectively correct as is possible. So if you are saying that boom, boom, 1/26th of a second is too fast for the human brain to compute, then you are making the argument for me to go to robo-refs. But if you're saying, no, we don't need to go to robo-refs because umps can get it right, then get it right.
Wow, there really are cameras that do 1,000,000 frames per second. I had never heard that before.
You can sit there, cameras that are so so slow in their filming. So you can watch a bullet go into, not hit, go like penetrate an apple in slow motion. It's incredible.
Like playing the sniper game.
Yes.
Okay.
They have cameras that can film that fast.
Okay.
So, Mike, if boom boom is too fast for you, if you're not good at the boom boom, then we got cameras that can take
I think
advantage.
that means something totally different.
Yeah, that's why I said it.
And you don't have time. And the other thing is, you don't want to get fired. You just want to be right.
Mm-hmm.
Then be right.
I mean, there's the other myth, the makeup call. A makeup call. So even if I knew I was wrong with the call I made, if I make another bad one to make up for the other team, I'm done. I mean, I'm probably out of playoff contentions with 2 mistakes in one game. So it doesn't bother me because those people that say that don't know a damn thing about officiating. And until you actually put the uniform on and until you have to make those quick judgments, and that includes people in the media.
All right, hold up. Hold the hell up. This is, I never thought I'd hear this. I never thought I'd hear this. I never thought I'd hear a referee go with the "you never played the game" argument, as if I have to have played the game to know how the game gets played. I don't, Mike.
Well,
I don't.
Not everybody's refereed before, and you have reffed.
Don't.
But you never
need
reffed
to.
at that level.
I don't need to.
I mean, the intricacies and the things that, just like someone couldn't just come in here and run this board. They might get there eventually, but they couldn't just come in and go, "Oh, okay, this does this."
No,
so
but you know what I
this
can
does.
do? You know what I can do? If I'm sitting here and I'm watching you work the board, and I hear an F word get out over the air, and I hear music that's not there and should be, or music that shouldn't be there and is, and you got 2 different channels playing at the same time, I don't need to be able to say, "This is how you do it right," to say, "You are definitely doing it wrong," right?
You sound like you've seen people do that before.
As I believe it was John Mulaney, the stand-up comedian, who said, I don't need to know how to fly a helicopter to know that the guy who's hanging upside down in a tree in one did it wrong. I don't need to know how to land a plane to be able to say that the one that crashed at the end of the runway probably got it wrong.
That's not necessary. That's not 100% true, because a bazooka could have been involved, a flight of birds. There could have been a lot of things that caused those aircraft to no longer function.
Maybe so. And do you know what we can do in those spots? We can go, "Hey, listen to the black box. Tower, bird strike, bird strike, bird strike. Mayday, mayday." We have ways of knowing.
Is that what they say, bird strike?
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's bird strike.
Are you sure?
Yes. Listen, I do not need to be good at something to know that someone else is not good at that thing. Okay? I don't need to. I don't need to know how to be an official to know when something's wrong. And here's the thing. What I'm not going to sit here and do is allow Mike Pereira to conflate dumb things with the most complicated aspects of being a referee. That's not what I'm saying, right? That this is conflating me forgetting to turn my microphone on to start the segment. A dumb, small mistake with coming in here and ripping the mic off the wall because that's how microphone work, right? No, it's not. It's not that tough. All I have to do is push this button. That's all I got to do is push that button.
By the way,
okay? It's a simple task.
That was 5.
It's a simple thing. No, that was intentional.
That's not.
And even if it was, for the point, it's worth it. Mike is not going to conflate the complicated aspects of being an NFL caliber official with that guy on green, not on white. Can hit on green, no hit on white. It's not hard. It's not. Mahomes is inbounds. I saw it with my own eyes. It's on TV in 4K. All right, Mike? That guy's right there. There is not a conflation between it's a really tough job, you guys. Not that call. Not that call. And I don't need to be good at what you do to tell you that you're bad at what you do. There's a lot of guys out there in radio that can listen to me and go, this guy sucks at radio. And they're not wrong. Right? They don't have to be radio hosts to know when a radio host is bad. You don't have to be a guitar player to listen to me play guitar and go, you're not that good. Yeah, you don't have to be Eddie Van Halen to tell me I suck at guitar. I know.
Well, he's dead, and that's it's unfortunate.
You get the point. I never thought I'd hear an official hit me with the, you never put on the uniform, so you can't talk about me. Yeah, I can, Mike. Yeah, I can, and I do. This makes me want to talk about it more. I want to talk about this more now because of you, Mike. No, I've never done it before. Guess what I do know? I do know that was bad. That was wrong. The helicopter's upside down in the tree. Probably pilot error, if I had to guess. Matt Kraft said, you don't suck at radio. You definitely suck at guitar. No, I know. That's fair. Thank you, Matt Kraft.
Now it makes me think that he's someone that you know pretty well.
I swear to you, I don't. In fact, we bumped heads on Twitter a couple times the last couple days. And Matt Kraft, I respect you for showing the hell up.
By the way,
my dog.
By the way, Rob's a pretty good guitar player.
Kane said, should the NFL head office have called into the game and said reverse the call because it's wrong? I believe the calls that were made aren't reviewable. Put reviews on every call. 4K, 100 million, 1,000 trillion frames a second cameras, and just have a committee of dudes who sit in New York but find a 180-inch projector screen.
You know what happened if they do that? There'll be less calls. They'll stop making calls because if everything you do is scrutinized to that degree, then you just stop doing it.
Robo-umps.
Uh-huh.
Robo-umps. Robo-umps.
There are no umpires in
Put
football.
a committee?
No umpires in football.
Yes, there are umpires in football.
There are.
One of
You're
the
right.
position on the field is
You're
umpire.
right. Is that the white hat?
Turns out, Mike, I don't need to be one to know it, do I?
Is that the white hat? Is the white hat the umpire?
That's the head referee.
Okay, I can't. Yeah.
Umpire is the guy that stands behind the defense, I believe. That's also true. Back after this on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. The umpire is a referee who monitors the line of scrimmage for penalties and helps spot the ball.
Oh, okay. You had to look it up though, because you wouldn't.
Yeah, I can't remember which one it was.
was.
It's linesman, side judge, head ref, umpire, back judge, and I forget. Oh no, the head ref stands behind the offense. So it's back judge, head ref, linesman, umpire.
Have you seen the roughing the passer call pass attempts thing that's on the X?
No.
It's been going around. Would you like me to send it to you? I don't know if, because the way the percentages are, I don't know if it helps my cause or hurts my cause because it's math. So I'll send it to you, who is equally as bad with math, and see what you think. I've seen it several times.
I constantly say.
This is the first time I've seen it X by Dove Kleiman now. So
there's a reason that all my jobs is word jobs is.
You got to do some math. I got to do some math. It has to do with time.
If I could do math, I'd have been a scientist.
I want to point out, for those of you who are worried, we are both smiling while we're doing this. Just keep that in mind. Not that we couldn't fake smile. And I rarely smile at all, so you can tell when I'm having a good time. Because I was told as a kid my teeth are crooked. Don't ever smile. So, stuck with me. Even after I had 5 years of braces and got my teeth fixed and then hit the corner of an iron table and knocked all my teeth loose again. They fixed it. And then, because back in the day, you had to keep like a retainer and a thingy. And I lost it. I think at a buffet, judge all you want. I think that's where I lost it. I think I threw it away at a buffet and then they went crooked again. So They were perfect there for a while, though.
Oh yeah, let's get a Rob Brown show, or we could start another band, call it the Armada.
Yeah, but then you have to do nautical themed songs, and you have to dress like a sailor.
Jimmy Buffett cover band.
Just 5 different versions of In the Navy. Or we could do the theme
In the Navy, but different genres.
Yeah, we could do. Oh, there you go. And we could also do the theme from Gilligan's Island. I know I'm putting me in there, but just because I want to.
The Love Boat.
Oh, there we go. There's another one.
And then all Jimmy Buffett songs after that.
Well, no, you could also do some reggae, because that's, I mean, or just do. Can you do yacht rock? Because technically it's a boat.
Well,
so.
yacht rock is more
It's
rock to be played on a yacht.
I know
not about yachts.
But again, we can poorly do some Michael McDonald songs because none of us have that kind of soul. But you see the thing? I think the thing, the roughing the passer thing.
Not yet. Let me refresh. Did you DM it to me?
Thought I did. Maybe I just sent it to me.
It hasn't come through yet.
Let me try it again. Oh,
hello, Orange Cane.
Wrong button.
Collecting canes.
I may have just sent it to myself.
You have the voice of an entire choir, Kane? That's impressive. I just have the one voice.
All right, I sent it. Why is it not? It don't want to go. There we go.
Want to go there?
Push button like 5 times. You may end up getting it 5 times, but. Fallen Angel Choir or Ascended Angel? Or Angel Adjacent? I don't know what that is, but it sounded cool.
Eight 844-326-3663. That's the text line number. Texter said, did you not see Pat flop like a fish? Flop like a fish. SpongeBob SquarePants reference. Now we're really going down the rabbit hole. What he got, quote, hit out of bounds, end quote. Troy Aikman said, we don't do that in this league. Another texter said, I played the game and a quarterback can influence a call. Hey, no, listen, I think we have seen every star quarterback chirp up the stripes. And if you're telling me the stripe, do I believe there are a few head refs that are probably not influenced by that? Sure. Do I think a lot of them are, especially maybe new guys to the league doing like their first service as a crew chief? Yeah, I think they can be influenced.
So all you guys who have decided that this is a thing, who makes the decision? Does this come from higher up or the individual referee decides?
Again.
Or is there like that secret memo that no one sees when they do the referee school thing? And they tell them, okay, here's a list of guys. You got to take it easy on them. Let's start with Josh Allen. Let's go with the quarterback for Baltimore. Let's go with the quarterback from San Francisco.
All right. I shall respond to your mild but yet sincere sarcasm here.
All my sarcasm is sincere.
I shall respond. I don't think, much like the whole concept of rigging the games at large, I don't think there is like a grand conspiracy. What I think is referees protect stars. I am even willing to go so far as to say, from the perspective of the Rob Brown show, television's Rob Brown and only TV's Rob Brown, I am willing to go so far as to say it may even be a subconscious decision, as we do know what the NFL has done in time has been what? Continue to progress regulation regarding quarterback impact. If you touch a QB on the shin after he throws a ball down, it is a 15-yarder. If you tap, not hit, not club, not punch, not swipe, not JBL clothesline from hell. If you tap a quarterback's helmet, it is a foul now. So,
okay, so last week when Patrick Mahomes got tackled by his ankles as a guy was laying there and reached out and grabbed his foot, that should have been penalty.
Yes, I don't know. I don't know the play you were talking about.
Why did they not call it?
I don't know.
I was yelling at the screen. I remember it. Why did they not call it? I thought that was roughing the passer.
I do not recall the play you're talking about. If you can find it and show it to me,
I do not recall being
it.
at that place that you said I was at.
Here's what I do know. What I do know is the NFL has year after year increased the influence that they put on protecting quarterbacks. Why do they do that? Because the NFL can show you via television ratings that games without superstar quarterbacks are just not as viewed on television. At the end of the day, every one of these decisions, top to bottom, left to right, up and down, every one of these decisions is backed financially, made financially. So when the NFL can empirically show, we've showed this stat on the show before. I don't remember where it is. I'll try to find it again. But we have showed empirically that when there is an NFL game featuring one of the two starting quarterbacks, the ratings drop. If it's both backup quarterbacks, the ratings plummet, historically speaking. So the NFL is protecting its stars. You lose a running back, it is what it is.
So
you lose your quarterback, it is
quarterback is a ratings stat.
Yes.
That's what you're saying.
I'm saying
it's
television.
Not a winner or loser stat, but technically it is.
Television ratings can absolutely be directly drawn to quarterbacks at large.
So every year, at the beginning of the year, we are told by the sports media, as it's conveyed to them by officiating, that this is a point of emphasis this year. We're going to concentrate on all the false starts or whatever it is, or pass interference. They tell us every year before the NFL starts. So you're telling me that they don't have a meeting to say, okay, this year we are going to focus on keeping Patrick Mahomes safe. So
no. Stop. You went too far. You went too far. Hang on.
So then how do they know to do it? How do they know to do it?
I'm going to explain it. You went too far. It is not a meeting to say, let's keep Patrick Mahomes safe. But they have absolutely had meetings to establish the safety and protection of quarterbacks. And so if the NFL says to a referee's face, your job is to protect the quarterback, which they have done, and they have announced it, that this is our protection point.
Yeah, but they only do that for certain quarterbacks.
No, let me get there.
Which I get. I guess it's subjective, but again, I mean, it should be the same across the board.
You went too far. I pulled you back. I let you go. You ran right back to the same spot.
I did not. You need to come where I'm at.
Okay.
It's the right place.
No. Let me finish then. If the NFL has, and they have, it's on the record, set, point of emphasis of protecting the quarterback. And if somebody comes to you and says, your job is X, you are going to put additional emphasis into that thing, right? If the boss calls you down there and says, Lonzo, your job is to push that slider up and down to the perfect spot, you're going to pay more attention to that slider than all the other sliders on the board. That's just how human work. That's how human work. So if you are told over and over, protection of the quarterback is a point of emphasis, then the next step in that is going to be, I have to protect the most important quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes is, whether you like this or not.
Why did you slip that in, most important quarterbacks? First you said it was a quarterback position. Now you're saying it's the most important quarterbacks. So how do they decide which quarterbacks are the most important?
I have already, it is the television. If you think for a second that I don't believe that Josh Allen is more protected than Kyler Murray, you're wrong. He is. What I am saying is,
all right, so here's the thing. And this is a legitimate question for me. How do they decide which ones are the protected and which ones are not? Is it about popularity?
You keep saying,
how do they decide that?
I'm trying to answer you. You keep saying,
how would you decide?
The way that I think that this is working, and I can only say I think. Let's keep in mind, me, Zoe, every dork with a microphone today, we're all speculating. Okay, it's predominantly speculation. I am not speculating when I say Patrick Mahomes has figured out how to take advantage of the rules. And I will go so far as to say, I think Josh Allen could do the same thing. I think Lamar, actually, I don't think Lamar could because Lamar got nailed out of bounds this weekend and nothing got called to the point
because it was in Buffalo, and I've already told you guys about Buffalo.
Yes, that's it. I think that it is made to be known by the National Football League. Quarterbacks are ratings. And when you go look at the most viewed NFL games year after year, they almost always directly line up to the best quarterbacks. We tune in. We don't have to like it. I certainly don't. But we tune in to see the stud quarterbacks. When you turn on a television and you see an NFL commercial, who do you see? The quarterback. The Eagles, when they are advertising the NFC Championship game this weekend, who should they be advertising? Saquon Barkley.
Oh, absolutely.
Who's the guy we see? Jalen Hurts. A guy who is banged up, I don't think is 100% for the game this weekend. Missed 3 games with a concussion. Left last week's game with a leg injury before he came back. That's the guy they advertise. Not Saquon Barkley, who put up 220 yards. Has put up multiple 200-yard games this year. Not Saquon Barkley. They advertise Jalen Hurts because we are, whether it's because we've been conditioned into it or it's just our natural state, we gravitate to QBs. And so if the NFL spends all this time, as they have, saying we have to protect our quarterbacks, then it is the next logical step in that thread that the more important the quarterback, the more protection that they are going to get. And when I add into that conversation the fact that I believe Patrick Mahomes is a master gamesman and has figured out it's not about the slide. But if I just throw my feet out front of me and go butt down, I'm going to get that call, and they give it to him instead of going, that was dead ball, that was not a slide. He sat down. He sat down fast. That's different than he did not give himself up. He sat down fast. Or if Patrick Mahomes goes on a full sprint to the sideline, but then he stops one step before the line of scrimmage and takes a hit, that's not out of bounds. I literally freeze framed it. He is 100% in bounds when he gets shoved in the back. Don't call it. But because the NFL put such an emphasis for so long, I blame the NFL, so we're clear. Because they put such an emphasis for so long on protecting the quarterbacks, and we all know that Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback that America tunes in to see. Even if it's out of hate, spite, and rage, we do. Of course, they're going to protect the guy. Because if Mahomes goes down, you know what else goes down? Television ratings of the most popular team in the NFL. It's a real simple equation to me. All right, we'll get away from this. Let's get some more football in here before we ask what the X is going on and call it a day on the Rob Brown Show when the fan upstate.
Come on, Kane. Come on, Kane. You're completely wrong about people tuning in to Kansas City.
Regular Kane now likes Orange Kane, but dislikes Blue Kane. Orange Kane dislikes Blue Kane, but do we know what Orange Kane feels about regular Kane?
We don't. But whichever Kane you are, you're wrong about Kansas City because of Swifties. People are tuned in, even people that you may not care for, but they're tuned in. All right, I've been waiting to hear this. We'll see if this is as bad as I think it is.
The Buffalo Bills are America's team. I don't want to take away from no one else, but I think that they call the Cowboys America's team. But Cowboys were America's team because they were very good in that time of life. Now the chapter has changed, and now they have Josh Allen, where we're America's team.
Mm-hmm. Sure you are. I don't think I've ever went, okay, I'm going to put something on my English muffin on my toast or whatever, and went, okay, we got jelly, we got jam. Which one do I favor over the other? It's just about the flavor. And if it's strawberry jam, you're going to get all those little things stuck in your teeth, seeds. All right, listen to this.
The Buffalo Bills are America's team. I don't want to take away from no one else, but I think that they call the Cowboys America's team. But Cowboys were America's team because they were very good in that time of life. Now the chapter has changed, and now we have Josh Allen, where we're America's. The Buffalo.
That was a player, by the way. America's team. Apple butter's amazing, Matt Kraft. I agree. I mean, I will go out of my way for apple butter. What I was saying is, if you put jam and jelly in front of me and I have to choose, I'm going to go which is the best flavor because I don't care.
Same.
Yeah, I mean.
Same. Now,
But if apple butter's on
raisin toast, untouchable.
If apple butter's on the table with jelly and jam, I'm going apple butter.
It depends on what I'm putting it on.
Well, true. I mean, but if you're putting it on, it's either going to be what a bagel or toast, or I didn't mean applicating the bagel, toast, or something, or an English muffin. I mean, are one of those three better on an English muffin?
On an English muffin, I would probably go with the jelly or the jam, depending on what flavor I liked. On like traditional toast, I could go either way. On raisin toast, I'm 100% going apple butter. On wheat toast specifically, I will go apple butter.
I haven't had jam, jelly, or apple butter in a very long time. I now have a hankering to go get some apple butter, though. Are you one of those guys that goes, oh, there's a farmer's market, they sell apple butter, and you automatically go buy it?
Every time. I have 2 jars in my house right now.
There are people who do that poorly.
Yep.
And you could go there and think, well, this is better, and it's not. I mean, it's possible. I just don't automatically think it's better.
The wife and I go up to Justice,
I've had some tomatoes and cucumbers
what is it,
that
Big
are
Sky
horrible.
Apple Orchard every year, and I buy like 2 jars, 3 jars of apple butter every time. All right, I teased this conversation a couple times. I might as well get to it here while we got a few minutes before we ask what the X is going on and call it a day. On Saturday last week, on Bet for the Cycle, which airs every Saturday from noon to 4 on the BetQL Network, starring former Major League Baseball player Cody Decker and myself, Rob Brown, we were very football heavy, obviously, talking college football national championship a couple of days before it aired and talking about the NFL's divisional round. And Cody Decker came to me. Now, Cody is a guy who likes college football, but he's self-admittedly not a college football guy. It's another sport to him, right? Like and I told him, I think that the conversation we had is largely impacted by the region in which he grew up. He grew up in Los Angeles, California. He now lives in New York City. So he's been in both of the 2 major American television markets. But he's not a college football guy, which makes sense. He went to UCLA. All right, I get it. He came at me with the take of, Rob, there's so much going on right now and it was such a long break that I don't care about the college football national championship. He's like, I'll tune in, I'll watch it, but it's like going to be background. Like it's not something I'm going out of my way for. And I said, oh, is it because it's Ohio State, Notre Dame? Like, is it because there's not a West or East Coast team involved? And he said, nope, it's got nothing to do with that. It was 11 days between the college football national championship semifinals and the college football national championship. He said there's very little in entertainment that holds with so much going on with TVs and music and whatever, and the amount of sports we have going on. We have the NFL playoffs going on. We are in the meat and potatoes of the NBA season. We've got Major League and Deck's a baseball guy, so this applies to him. Maybe not even a chunk of the audience here, but it's baseball's hot stove season. We got free agencies. We got Hall of Fame voting. All that matters to Cody Decker a lot. He said with 11 days between the semifinal and the Natty, I lost interest, and that was echoed by his co-host on Beadle and Decker, Michelle Beadle.
This game last night was 11 days later into the year than last time. That should never, 11 days in our attention span deprived society. You might as well have told me it was 26 years ago. That's how long this felt. So if the goal is to build audiences and grow and expand, which last time I checked is the goal for basically any company ever, anywhere. Then for people like me who didn't go to either one of these schools, I need to be suckered in. I need to be spoken to as if I'm an idiot, and I need to be hyped up. Tell me why this is going to be exciting. Build it up for me. Make it to the point where I can't even wait for this football game to get started because of all the anticipation and storylines and drama. And my God, we just saw them play in these 2 games. 11 days later than last time is at a ridiculous time span. I couldn't even muster any kind of excitement for it. No business being 3 weeks into January, and we just now did this. No business at all.
Okay. I had 2 reactions to that. Number one is kind of sounds like a you problem, champ.
It does.
Right? Now, it could be a college football problem if the television ratings reflect that a large swath of the nation feels the way that Michelle.
See, that's what I was going to say. The data would back them up, but I didn't find any. Have you found?
Well, the ratings aren't going to be out.
Okay.
The ratings will probably come out like Thursday, Friday, or the initial ratings, which are going to be like roughly to the 500,000. How many people watch it? Like specifics as far as demo breakdowns and all that is going to come later. But there's really only one metric that we care about, which is going to be total eyeballs on. Now, if we get these ratings on Thursday, Friday, whenever they drop, and there is, let's say, like a 12% drop in audience from last year to this year, especially considering last year, and I say this with all due respect, with Washington in the Natty last year, there was a lot of interest lost because it's just not a huge school with fan base or a long history and tradition in the national college football landscape. Ohio State and Notre Dame both have enormous viewership bases and a very long storied tradition in the college football landscape on a national level.
Sounds like you're making up reasons why it might be more.
I honestly, I said on Twitter that night when this conversation was going around, I said on Twitter Monday night, I firmly believe this is going to be the most viewed national championship in the last probably decade. I mean, the only ones that are going to rival are like the LSU-Alabama rematch from a few years back, the Georgia-Bama Natty from a few years back. The big-time SEC programs will be in that mix. This is going to have more eyeballs on it than last year's Natty did.
You know, I think there's also extra interest in something like this when it's something new. I think there was a ton a few years ago when they went to the 14 playoff. I think more people probably tuned in going, okay, what's this going to be like? And I think maybe you get a little more of those fringe people who will watch if it's, on, more than likely watching because it's brand new.
I agree with that. I think there will absolutely be a huge chunk of the audience, which I believe is going to be a huge audience. I believe there'll be a huge chunk of the audience who tuned in just to see what the finale looked like. Now, I don't think it's going to be maybe as big as we think because this was the last game, right? Like what happened in the 12-team playoff is at least on the last day is largely irrelevant to the game itself. Like this is a football game. We got 60 minutes of gridiron action, and somebody's taking home a big bank pen holder shaped trophy at the end of the night. Like that, we're done here. There's no play. There's nobody else. There's no other outside variables. It is Team A and Team B, and they're going to play for 60, and the winner gets a trophy. I don't know. I'm not saying it's going to have no impact, right? Because some people might, okay, what is, does a national championship team look different when they've had to play 3 or 4 games to get here? Like, is that, I don't know. That there will be some of that. But I think at the end of the day, the only way we're going to know if more of the country feels like Beadle and Decker and lost interest because there was so much else going on and there was a week and a half break between the semifinals and the Natty and a week and a half between the quarterfinals and the semis and a week between the opening round and the quarters.
Do they lose interest in that week between the championship games and the final game in the NFL? Do they lose interest there?
All right. So Michelle, and I didn't get this because she had like a legitimate 5-minute take. So I kind of cut out the important part at the beginning. She went on to say that in her opinion, the NFL is the exception to the rule. She said, look, you could take a 2-year break between the NFC AFC championship games and the Super Bowl, and I would come watch the Super Bowl because it's the Super Bowl. And Decker kind of said the same thing on Saturday, to which I responded, yeah, but I think that is, respectfully, I think that's an LA, New York City attitude. I think if you come down
it's
here.
also hypocritical because it's just a couple of days less than, it's a week and a half.
I don't know. I get where you're saying. I don't know if I agree with hypocritical, because I think their view is their view is college football is a secondary sport.
They're right compared to the NFL.
Right. On a national scale, it is. My point that I was making here was then, and I would say this to Beetle, I did say this to Decker. The only takeaway that I have from all of this is that you don't love college football. You like it. And that's okay. Like, it doesn't mean it's not like a derogatory thing. Everybody likes the things that they like. People judge Zoe and I all the time for being big pro wrestling fans. And do you know how much we care? Not even a little.
Yeah, less than that if that's possible.
Yeah, not even a little. All right? We don't care if you judge us. I don't care if you just kind of like college football but don't love it, like Cody Decker, who will admit that to you. He likes it, doesn't love it. He loves the NFL, right? The NFL can do no wrong in Cody Decker's mind. Cody's on that group text with me, Troy Aikman, Cam, Stephen A. Smith, and Mad Dog, by the way. He loves the NFL, and he loves baseball. It's kind of the same thing. Like, to him, you could put a 6-week break between the NL and ALCS in the World Series, and Deck will count down by the minute to first pitch. To the minute, he'll count down. And all I was trying to explain to him was, I think this is just the result of when and where you was raised. Because I was raised up in the South. College football's not, they could have moved the Natty back another week. You know what it would have done in my life? Given me another week of content where I'm just previewing the Natty one more week earlier. That's it. It would have been the same feeling for me. There's only one number, however, that matters. The question is, does more of the country feel like Beetle and Decker, that having an 11-day layoff was too much time? Or does more of the country feel like me and went, I don't care. I was counting down. And here's why it's important. It is important for one reason and one reason alone. Because if the number comes down, if the ratings are down, if it is not, if it's even, I think even if it's level with last year, then the College Football Playoff Committee may start looking and go, do we change the schedule? Do we move the start of the college football weekend up, or college football season up one more week? Do we move it up 1 week? We can move the champion. We can keep the schedule as laid out. But instead of playing the championship game on the 11th, we play it on the 4th. Do we move it up a week? Or do we move the playoffs? Do we take maybe 2 or 3 days less? Maybe we play some Thursday playoff games instead of trying to put them all on Fridays, Saturdays, and then a title game on Monday. When those ratings drop, if I am right and people are totally good with it, nothing changes. If Beetle and Decker are right, the entire college football schedule might change.
And now the Rob Brown Show presents Twitter.
We shall see. I can't wait to see what the ratings are. All right, let's find out what is Xing, and Rob will tell us why.
That shouldn't be playing. Okay, we got it. We're good.
Yeah, I got it. Anyway, the thing that is Xing, thank goodness it wasn't nothing bad. I don't know what that was, is Sydney Sweeney.
Sydney Sweeney is Xing because she was at a game last night. I don't know what game it was. Sydney Sweeney is also trending for 2 major reasons. She's famous and she was at a game. Those are the 2 major reasons.
All right. So I would suggest you don't look up Sydney Sweeney at work, because there's some things that pop up that I was not expecting. So, yeah.
I need you to know the entendre that you just accidentally dropped.
Oh, no. I'm aware. I'm aware.
Okay.
I was hoping we could move on past it afterwards, that I know that I did what I did, not on purpose, but I was willing to keep moving there. But yeah, there's some questionable videos show up if you just see why Sydney Sweeney is Xing, and I might need to talk to engineering later. The next thing
Hey,
that's
Chris, how do you delete a search history?
he will just he'll find a way to put it on my social media. No, please don't do that, Chris. I'm just joking. Actually, I don't think he's here. So
Phenomenal.
doesn't mean he's not listening.
Phenomenal.
All right, the next thing that's Xing is Steve Perry.
As in the lead singer of Journey, Steve Perry?
Former lead singer.
Former lead singer. Yeah, he's not the lead singer of Journey anymore.
Journey
Steve,
does still exist as far as I know.
they do.
Yeah.
And I will go so far as to say, when I saw Journey not terribly long ago, I saw them a number of years ago when they had the new front guy. If you ever go see Journey in the modern iteration, this is what I suggested to do. It's what I did. When they start their first song, turn around and look away from the stage. Don't look at the stage. Just let the sound hit you first. The dude's pretty good. Like, pretty good.
Yeah, and I think he's the second guy that they had in there, but he's the one who's lasted for a really, really long time.
Yeah, he's good.
They even put out a new album. I don't think I listened to it, but I know they put one out like a few years ago.
I definitely have.
Steve Perry is Xing because it's his birthday.
Okay. I like it. Listen, Oh Sherry is on that list of yacht rock songs that every time it comes on, I'm like, I'm going for the high note. I'm never going to get it, but I'm going for it every time.
Yeah, I got that high note. I could hit it. How old do you think he is?
72.
76.
I'm always within a few.
I think if you look at him, he does not look like he's nearly 80. Good
No,
for him.
he does not.
Good for him.
Yeah, he's doing all right.
When I get nearly 80, if I make it that far, you're going to know without a doubt. All right. And
the wife asked me 2 days ago, because we're watching Shrinking with Harrison Ford. And Harrison Ford looks exceptional, right? And she's like, hey, can you make sure when you're that age you look like Harrison Ford? Yeah, on it, man. I'm on it. No problem.
There's a comeback, but it would have been risky. You need to find a woman equally as old and tell her that she has to look that good. But,
well, I'm still married, so I obviously didn't do that.
Yeah, you didn't do that. That's risky.
And you look like Heidi Klum? No, shut up, idiot. Don't say that.
Well, you could have went Christy Brinkley. There's several other older women who still look pretty good. Finally, the last thing that's Xing is Corey Graves.
Yeah, that whole drama thing. Is that okay? Here's all I know that I did saw. All I know I did saw is was it Taz? Somebody went out and put out a statement. They were like, look, dude, like, you have to recognize that guys like I talked about earlier in the show, guys like McAfee had the opportunity to bring brand power. And at the end of the day, like, you're a cog in the wheel and you got to learn how to adapt to be the most efficient cog to get your opportunity. Like, a lot of people have been telling Corey, like, we know you're ticked, bro, and it's understandable. You kind of got to relax or you're going to do yourself in.
He's back on NXT last night. You should just watch the first little bit to see what he says and how he says it.
Ooh.
No, he looks very happy, but he's also a decent announcer.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, actually, I think he's pretty good.
I think Corey Graves is really good,
he's
to be
pretty
honest.
good. But
I think he's really good, but he needs a true face to be his best.
He does. If you watch, you will see Booker T is the one who does not look happy.
Yeah, I love Booker five time, but I don't like Booker on commentary. I don't. Like, I feel about Booker the way everybody else feels about me. Stop yelling so much, Book. Shucky ducky quack quack. Hey, that's it for us. Y'all have a great rest of your day. Thanks for being here. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day. We'll see you back here tomorrow to do it all over again, but better on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate. Later.
Who was that for? I don't know who that was for. That could have been any number of people right there. Okay. All right.
Because the hater's going to hate.
As I said yesterday, I'm all right being the hated. The Royal Rumble's in 2 weeks, Matt Kraft. It's not this weekend. Saturday night's main event is this weekend, which we'll be breaking down tomorrow on Fight Club.
And the hater's going to hate.
How many canes can we get on here?
Oh. So, one of the guys in the soccer club the other day sends a text to our little group of wrestling fans that is made out of that club. Joey B, P1, Jack, P1, Keegan, and a couple of others. And he says, guys, I was scrolling through Netflix the other day, and I saw that Raw, I guess, is now a Netflix show. He said, I've now watched 2 episodes, and I think I'm back into wrestling now. And we were like, one of us. So I told him, I said, all right, here's what you're going to do. You're going to keep watching. You're going to come with me to questions. I'm going to lay out all these storylines for you. And then we're going to do a Royal Rumble watch-along party at my house. I'll buy the brewskis. And he's like, I'm in. He goes, I've got another buddy that, like, has never really been into it. Can I bring him? I was like, you can bring everyone you know. Bring them all.
No, you probably need permission before you go with everyone he knows. Unless he's a loner.
The lady is already aware of Saturday, February 1st being Royal Rumble night. I have told her that, like, it is my favorite PLE. It is my Super Bowl.
Has she watched Royal Rumble before?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
She watched. So our, not our first date, but like okay. So I'll put it this way. The first night I spent the night with her at her house was WrestleMania 2020, the COVID Mania. I watched COVID Mania at her house. And she was like, I can't believe you're going to make me watch wrestling. And I was like, tell you what, give me like an hour. And if you're totally tuned out, I'll turn it off and I'll watch. Cause it was it was 2-nighter, but COVID Mania. I said, give me like an hour.
And then Drew McIntyre showed up. Exactly
what happened. Exactly. Cause he and Bork were like, shockingly early in the show, if I recall, or maybe it was him cutting a promo or something, but she saw kilted McIntyre and she was like, I guess I can watch wrestling. And I was like, hey, whatever it takes. I get it.
He's a handsome man.
He's a handsome, very large.
Looking forward to someday interviewing him. He's one of the guys we ain't got yet.
Drew. And I like McIntyre seems like that wrestler that I really like interviewing where it's half kayfabe, half shoot.
I want to ask him, I would tell him that I have to deal with a guy from Ireland every once or twice a week. What's the best way to handle someone from Ireland? And I want to hear what his response would be.
I mean, the answer is pour a glass of whiskey in front of him, but your Irishman breaks the stereotype. Bork, Lesnar, hopefully say, yeah, Vince is gone. So Bork will be away for a little while. I think there's a role for Bork. I just don't think he needs the belt every 13 minutes. But that's just me.
You're spelling out like a Philadelphia mayor.
The gimmick on the internet for a hot minute was when he was getting annoying to start calling him Bork Lesnar. I don't know why, but it always made me laugh. So that's what.
Think anyone did that to his face?
No, I certainly wouldn't. All right, dudes, that's it for us. Thanks for being here. You're all amazing people. McIntyre's troll gimmick was amazing. Honestly, it was one of my favorite gimmicks in recent memory. The T-shirt with Punk's career in a grave was. I don't buy individual wrestlers T-shirts unless they're like a retired legend or whatever. I don't buy active wrestler shirts because as soon as I buy it, inevitably there's a gimmick change. It's like buying a player jersey of a guy that's on my team. I don't do it until.
Or you buy a Cup of Haters shirt and then someone gets fired. or you buy a certain NXT wrestler and then he sends pictures to somebody and then the Velveteen Dream and you can never wear that shirt again.
I don't buy active wrestler shirts until they are retired. And then I'll buy all of them. That Drew McIntyre CM Punk shirt was very close to crossing into the great beyond and having me actually pay money for it. Yes, that Drew eliminating Bork Lesnar was a reinvigorate me moment for sure. I totally agree with that. All right.
I don't know why I'm offended every time you say that.
Bork Lesnar?
There's no reason why it should offend me, but it just bothers me.
Bork hurt people.
Maybe Lorenzo's still here and he recognizes his kind.
Did you not get tired of Brock showing up every time they wanted it?
Yeah,
Brock basically became nothing more than a way to flip the title to someone else without knocking anyone down.
Well, him beating Kofi really bothered me.
Yeah. That infuriated me. That's where Bork Lesnar was born. All right, seriously, I have to go. Thanks for being here. You're all amazing people. Tell your friends about us. We're trying to get rich and famous. Have a great day. Goodbye.
Personality.